in parliamentary diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, just like our friends from Turkey have done, that it is our responsibility as the elected representative to enhance that bilateral relation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you also because where we come from, you have been the foreign minister. Turkey has played a very important role in the stabilization, peace and security of the Republic of Somalia, Mr. Speaker. And we all know what will have happened if Somalia continued in the crisis that they have been. I want to, on behalf of all of us, on my own behalf, I want to thank the government of Turkey for that critical role that they have played. Mr. Speaker, I want to request you, the Honorable Salah, and two other members that have given the list to give them 1 second because the Honorable Salah has hosts one of the biggest refugee camps, and the Honorable Land and Hygiene, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you once again.
Thank you, Kainan. Kagusha, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to welcome our friends from the Turkey Parliament. And Honorable Speaker, we are happy to have this cooperation. We are happy to have this friendship as it strengthens the Kenyan Parliament and the Turkey Parliament relationship, hence helping us with the parliamentary diplomacy that is likely to bolster trade between these two countries. Honorable Speaker, a friendship group is important because it helps us to achieve a lot of things in the boardrooms and also in more relaxed environment other than when we are in strict, serious diplomatic meetings. Honorable Speaker, for this reason, I want to laud this friendship between these two parliaments. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has, of course, participated in quite a number of engagements with the Turkey, including the Antalya Diplomacy Forum, the Sahel Defense Expo, and of course these, including the Joint Economic Commission between Turkey and Kenya, which was signed in 2004 and implemented in 2009, which has already done 3 sessions. Honorable Speaker, these are some of the areas that has given us that friendship and, of course, tightened our relations between the two states. Honorable Speaker, I know we have, of course, had a few challenges that we have also been able to overcome. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I know we, of course, had also the earthquake problem that hit this country in 2023. And I'm happy that at last, through this friendship again, we have now been able to keep our promise in 2026 that we had given to this country back in 2023 when they were hit and 51,000 lives were lost. Honorable Speaker, of course, I believe that in future, this friendship group will also help us a lot in dealing with some of the small issues that might have arisen over the years between these two countries, including the repatriation of the 4 Turkish nationals. Honorable Speaker, I believe that this parliament will in future help us to manage some of those issues so that we do not fall into the trap of having serious challenges with the international community.
That is enough.
Thank you.
Farah. 1 minute, Farah. If you go beyond, I'll switch you off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is also to add the welcoming note to Turkish delegation, parliamentary delegation to Turkey. We want to welcome them to Kenya. The Turkey government, we want to extend a very big gratitude to the Turkey government through this delegation. Me being one of the border constituencies in Kenya, the Turkey government has been helping in stabilizing Somalia. That stabilization is of great deal to my constituency in that by hosting a refugee of 400,000, stabilization of Somalia is a welcome note to us, and we say thank you to them. Turkey government have extended a great cooperation with county government of Garissa. They babysat the first county government of Garissa by helping us with 6 garbage collectors. They have done health facilities in the Ijara constituency. The Turkey government has done a number of boreholes in my constituency. The Turkey government has done helping.
All. Shinali, the last one on that. Are you also a member of the friendship group?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance to welcome our counterparts from the country of Turkey. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government and the Parliament of Turkey. We have had a long-standing relationship which has remained very warm, Honorable Speaker. Beside our Parliament relationship as committee under Honorable Koinan, Honorable Speaker, we have had in the 12th Parliament the team of Turkey, football team hosting us in Turkey to participate in Scandinavian Parliamentary League, which took a whole 10 days, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
Your minute is over. Give him half a minute. There you are.
Honorable Speaker, with your permission, we shall be having a meeting with the delegation with our Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and lunch, and I welcome all members of the committee and those ones who would really want to welcome this team to join us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. DK, hata wewe. Take 1 minute. I know I saw you in the meeting yesterday. Give DK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that gesture. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our friends from Turkey, and I hope they have really enjoyed being in Kenya. That we shall expedite the defense agreements that are currently pending. I want to assure you that this House will expedite the ratifications of those defense agreements. Secondly, parliamentary diplomacy will be key in partnering in other areas like agriculture, like tourism, and I want to tell them, the members that are here, is that these members, 90%, you can see they are well dressed. 90% of their clothing come from Turkey, and that is the partnership we have. Thank you very much, Excellency.
I don't know if that is a statement of fact, but honorable members in the speakers gallery, I also want to acknowledge the following institutions: Blair Serem School from Keio North, Elgeyo Marakwet; Chiemen School from Belgut, Kericho; teachers and students from Maranof Primary School, Kigumo, Muranga; and in the public gallery, Model Junior Academy from Teso North, Busia; Boru Haro Junior School from Saku, Masabit; St. Peter's Kidambanji Junior from Kitui, Central Kitui; Kalasha Nomadic Girls from North Hor, Masabit. The member for Kigumo, you wanted to have a minute, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to welcome all the students who are here to enjoy the session of Parliament. But more so, I want to welcome my students from Kigumo. We have 2 girls who did very well in the music festivals. They came top in the whole country, Charlene Jerry and Tracy Waboy. We are very proud of you as a constituency. I know you are accompanied by your principal, Mr. Keiru, and teachers. I want to welcome you here. Enjoy the session, see what we do here in Parliament, and I want to encourage you that continue in that spirit. We are very, very proud. Yes. And one day, you will also have a chance to either sit where I am or on the speaker's seat that you can see. Karibuni sana.
And Honorable Munyoro, they won that in the Speaker's County of Bungoma. Yes, member for Kitui Central, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you
Dr. Makali Mulu.
Thank you so much. Let me also
join my colleague in welcoming all the students, and more so, welcome the team from my constituency, Lambangi Primary School. I tell them that this is where we do the work, we oversight, we make laws, and then we make the budgets.
Yes,
My wish to them is that they work hard and make it to this house one day. Karibu sana.
very good. Yes, Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to come to welcome all the students, and in particular, those students from Marsabit County, from Northern constituency, and also Saku constituency. Just to tell them that as their representatives, we are glad that they are all here, and to encourage them that, you know, they need to work hard and succeed in their education so that in the near future, they can be representing us in a better way. And I know some of them may be members of parliament as they grow, and mine is just to wish them all the best, together with all their teachers and the support team that is with them. We are proud of you. Welcome to Parliament of Kenya, where we make laws and also represent and oversight. Thank you.
Order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have 2 petitions to convey to the House. The first petition is regarding harmonization of salaries and allowances of veterinary doctors and veterinary interns with those of medical doctors. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords every person the right to petition Parliament on any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from Dr. Kelvin Osore, President of the Kenya Veterinary Association, submitted on behalf of veterinary doctors and veterinary interns serving in the public sector, calling for the harmonization of their salaries and allowances with those of medical doctors. The petitioner notes that the 4th schedule to the Constitution places veterinary services under County Health Services, and that Section 77(3) of the Employment Act and Labor Relations Act, the Employment and Labor Relations Act, Cap 8E, recognizes veterinary services as an essential service. Honorable members, the petitioner states that veterinary personnel perform critical functions in veterinary public health, zoonotic disease control, disease surveillance, emergency outbreak response, border health control, and the regulation of foods of animal origin. These duties are undertaken in high-risk environments where officers are exposed to biological, chemical, and physical hazards, including zoonotic infections, animal-related injuries, hazardous biological materials, dangerous drugs and chemicals, radiation, corrosive substances, abattoir conditions, hostile field environments, and enforcement-related risks. The petitioner contends that despite comparable training periods, professional responsibilities, statutory mandates, public health roles, and occupational risks with their medical counterparts, veterinary officers continue to receive inequitable remuneration that is not commensurate with their duties. Honorable members, the petitioner submits that proposals made in 2007 to harmonize veterinary salaries with those of medical doctors have not been implemented despite repeated engagements with the State Department for Livestock Development and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable members, in the light of the foregoing, the petitioner seeks the intervention of the National Assembly to, 1, engage the Directorate of Veterinary Services, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the Public Service Commission, the Council of Governors, the State Department for Livestock Development, and other relevant agencies to review and harmonize remuneration and applicable allowances, including risk, non-practice, call, hardship, and internship allowances. And 2, make any further legislative, policy, budgetary, or oversight recommendations necessary to address disparities in salaries and allowances, and to strengthen veterinary public health, One Health approaches, border health security, disease preparedness, and the protection of Kenya's livestock economy. Honorable members, having established that the matters raised in the petition fall within the authority of this House, and noting that they are not pending before any court of law or constitutional body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, the second petition regards the human-wildlife conflict occasioned by invasion of avid monkeys in Nyeri community of Meru County. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament on any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than one presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report that my office has received a petition from Mr. Gilbert Mututa, ID numbers 10-97, and others on behalf of the Nyeri community of Meru County regarding human-wildlife conflict arising from the invasion of avid monkeys on their farms. The petition avers that the Nyeri community is predominantly composed of small-scale farmers engaged in the cultivation of bananas, maize, vegetables, and dairy farming that significantly contribute to the household incomes, food security, and the local economy within Meru County. Honorable members, the petitioner states that the human-wildlife conflict has escalated in Nyeri location and its environs, adversely affecting livelihoods, safety, and the socioeconomic well-being of residents. They note that persistent crop destruction has discouraged many farmers from engaging in agricultural activities due to anticipated losses, thereby contributing to higher poverty levels, food insecurity, and declining agricultural productivity. The petitioners further contend that the presence of avid monkeys poses safety risks, particularly to women, children, and the elderly, due to the aggressive behavior exhibited by the animals while searching for food within homesteads and farms. The petitioners also state that despite the extensive damage caused by avid monkeys, the species is not included among wildlife eligible for compensation under the existing framework administered by the Kenya Wildlife Services. As a result, affected farmers remain uncompensated for the losses they have suffered. Honorable members, the petitioners contend that the absence of compensation mechanisms undermines community support for wildlife conservation and weakens coexistence between local communities and wildlife. The petitioners state that they have made numerous efforts to have their grievances addressed by KWS, but such efforts have not yielded satisfactory results, thereby necessitating the intervention of the National Assembly. The petitioners affirm that the matter 272. Yes, Robert Mbui, on the petitions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the petitions.
On which one?
Both, Mr. Speaker.
Both. Go
Just a
ahead.
second. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the one of human-wildlife conflict, you know, when I listen to it, it's something that has been raised here many times. And I remember some time back, one of the CSs came and had an interesting solution. The one who said that we should carry all the monkeys and bring them to the city. So I don't know.
She said she'll arrest monkeys in Kandara and bring them and dump them in Nairobi.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that so that we don't keep repeating these petitions, I think maybe a policy needs to come out that handles very clearly the matters of human and wildlife conflicts. But Mr. Speaker, the petition, the first one by Dr. Kelvin Osore, on harmonizing salaries between vet doctors and medical doctors, I found that a bit interesting, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, the training of these two, cadre of staff is different. And even the pressure of work is also different because, you know, human medicine is definitely different from, from veterinary medicine. So I don't know how it is that they can be harmonized because, Mr. Speaker, even when you look at things like drivers of saloon cars like cabs are differently paid from drivers of lorries. And even drivers of aeroplanes who are called pilots earn more than the drivers of vehicles. So I don't know how it is that you can harmonize some of these things. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the committee will have a very difficult time trying to sort that one out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rendekere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the petition on the menace caused by the monkeys is a serious and a very important that the Kenya Wildlife Services need to take it very seriously. I say so because, Mr. Speaker, once the farmers are planted, particularly this dry season, and then whatever they are planted, it is just wiped by the monkeys. I think there is a very high increment of monkeys. I don't know how monkeys are giving birth, because you can go to an head and you find almost like 1,000, which you left the previous day 200. I think they call one another or they give birth at night, but they are increasing, and it is becoming a very serious issue in Meru County. Mr. Speaker, we are known to have the maternity for elephants, but I think the elephants are a bit civilized because they'll just come to specific areas and go. But now the monkeys are they are everywhere. They are in homes, they are in farms, they are even in towns. So I think this matter needs to be taken very seriously. And I urge the Kenya Wildlife Services really to come up with a serious way of preventing these monkeys from coming to the villages. What is the economic value of monkeys? That's the biggest question. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karani. Honorable Karani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment on the first petition, the one on veterinarians, and I want to declare my interests. I'm a veterinary doctor by profession, and the petition, I support the petition because it's very, very important. The veterinary doctors, just like their counterparts, the human doctors, they undergo a very vigorous training. They are the people who check on the foods that we eat in the whole country, and they make sure that we take food that will not affect us negatively. So when they ask to be treated just like their doctors, the human doctors, in their enumeration, I support that very, very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I may not be strong on the monkey ones, but I want to make a comment on the one of harmonization of salaries between the medical doctors and those in the veterinary sector. Harmonization of salaries, and maybe minority leaders should listen to this, is something that is already being done and has been talked to by the ILO. And wage differentials in the same sector is supposed to be at a minimum of 25%. And therefore, when they speak about harmonization, it may not go figure to figure, but this is the same sector where the wage differentials should actually be brought together to not more than 25%. Also, we have the wage bands in salary scales. You will find that the wage bands for the veterinary doctors would stop at a very lower level, while those of medical doctors is going far beyond. And the same thing, we have it even in the teaching fraternity, that the wage band of a teacher would go to D5, while that one of a civil servant will go all the way to beyond S and T. And that's what I think the petitioner is looking for. And therefore, SRC and the committee should look into the facts about wage differentials and harmonization of salary, especially on the facts of equal work for equal pay, so that this may be addressed. We are also looking for it for the teachers and the teachers of this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Odege.
Odeke, yes. Go ahead, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to declare that when veterinary doctors were pursuing risk allowance alongside medical doctors, I participated in the negotiations. And today, if the veterinary doctors are also appearing here to get their remuneration being harmonized with the doctors, I want to stand here to support.
Incidentally, what risks are there in being a veterinary doctor?
They are doctors. They have done medicine. The only difference is human medicine and animal medicine.
Yes.
The risk they have when they are performing their duties are the same. Now, when they come here to get their remuneration harmonized, Honorable Speaker, we need to support these guys, because what they are doing, the only difference is that animals don't talk and human beings can talk and can complain. But when you look at how they investigate and treat animals, it's almost the same, the way medical doctors are also treating human beings. So I want to support the petition, and I want to urge my colleagues, let us help veterinary doctors to get what is rightfully theirs. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make my comments on the monkey, on the wildlife petition, and specifically on the matter of monkeys being included as animals that are threatening and are causing serious conflict with people. Mr. Speaker, in an area in my constituency known as Gong, Majimoto, Kikopey, they are very serious monkeys, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, these are a threat to national food security. One, because they do not fear women. So they can actually run away from a young boy of 5 years, but not from a grown woman, Mr. Speaker. And don't forget, they are very patriarchal, Mr. Speaker. Yes. These monkeys, Mr. Speaker, go to the farms. Anytime there is anything, including carrots, they will dig them out. Mr. Speaker, they will go when you're cooking your githeri, they will even put it down. They go to a clothesline, they actually get your clothes off the clothesline, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we may think it's a laughing matter, but it has seriously threatened the food security of this country. In that area, Mr. Speaker, last term, I actually had to go to the primates organization to help us move them from that area. We moved, but if you leave one female or one male, within a year, they have populated that area again. And that is what Honorable Muruidhania was talking about, that their population is growing by the day, and yet they are destructive. So, Mr. Speaker, we must get to a point where, because many farmers, 90% are women in the fields, they will not be respected by these monkeys, and they'll keep causing distraction to the food. Yes, they are patriarchal monkeys, and they make sure they cause havoc, Mr. Speaker. So we must get to KWS, because they have not even been able to compensate all the other animals, including hippos. Because, Mr. Speaker, even last few weeks ago, in Lake Naivasha, people from my constituency had a boat capsize because of a hippo. So we have not even dealt with hippos, we have not dealt with buffaloes, but monkeys need to be in that list. So I support the petition, and I hope that they will look at it comprehensively.
Yes, Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the petition, and I would, of course, I agree with Honorable Martha that monkeys are very patriarchal in nature. They don't respect women. So, but other than that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I think because monkeys are not seen as threatening, they're never taken seriously as wild animals, but they affect the crop in many places. In my own constituency, in a place called Kamato, this is a menace around the game park. And Mr. Speaker, there they are dealing with all other, challenges. And then at the Lake region, we are dealing with hippos and crocodiles. And at the valley, we are dealing with monkeys. Mr. Speaker, it is something that as members of parliament, we should actually bring in the law. I know when the law was brought here, many people did not support that. But I think it is high time that we supported that monkeys be treated for purposes of compensation, Mr. Speaker, for crop, because people spend a lot of time and energy, and when you are waiting, Mr. Speaker, in a very small manner, I know in my own compound here in Nairobi, they pick up and I don't live in a very big place, but because there are a few monkeys that keep whatever coming, they pick all the fruit that we have in the area. So we never waste time trying to eat. The monkeys take before we can even use. But Mr. Speaker, one day I was actually showering, and suddenly I saw a shadow. It was a monkey in my bedroom, and I was in my bathroom, and I'm alone. Yes. So you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, what happened. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about Rafael Wanjala likes this, but because
Ignore Wanjala as a profane mind.
Mr. Speaker, because I'm a bad girl, even monkeys know that I'm a bad girl. It stood its ground, and I stood my ground, and I threatened it, and it peed and left and jumped out of the window. Mr. Speaker, the monkeys don't respect women, but because we can't train them to respect women.
They don't fear women or they don't respect women?
Both, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I would say that they don't fear women, but they are copying, Mr. Speaker, they are copying from the male counterparts here. They are just copying from their male counterparts here. You are the ones who don't respect women. No, it is not you, because you are the closest man. But, Mr. Speaker, you can even see what the men have done to the women in Homa Bay County. These men, very mannerless people. Very mannerless people.
Point made. Otienda Molo. Wanjala, I'll come to you. Take it.
Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you after Otienda.
Thank you.
Yes, what is out of order? Otienda Molo, take your seat. Wanjala, what is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you have heard Millie Odhiambo saying we men, we are mannerless, we don't respect women. Yet, from the county she's coming, last weekend, a woman governor organized gangs, gave out pangas to go and cut men.
Order, Wanjala. Order, Wanjala. Order, Wanjala, you are out of order. Otienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support that petition, but as I delve into it, I wish to assure my sister, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, that many of us men really respect women. We don't just respect women, we even fear them, unlike what she was talking about. And some of us have even gone further to join associations like FIDA. I am an honorary member of FIDA. So whatever condemnation is made of that species of monkeys, kindly do not bring it to this house. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, as I support that petition, as consideration is being had on whether to classify monkeys within the animals for which compensation is to be had, I wish to urge the committee to go further. Even for the animals that are already within the classification, some of them, the wild animals, or in some instances like those of us from the lakes, the hippos and the crocodiles, the problem is that compensation has not been had for more than 10 years. The scheme of compensation is such that there must even be a county compensation board. The composition of that county compensation board is such that it cannot meet. So I wish to urge the committee to go further and look not just into classification of what are the wild animals for which you can compensate, but also to examine the whole scheme of compensation so that we can have a meaningful scheme where there's wildlife conflict, then the humans must not suffer at the instance of the wildlife. I so urge and support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Nyeri Town constituency shares 8 kilometers of the Aberdare forest fence. In that 8 kilometers, we have about 300 households that were settled in the 60s on 3-acre farms. And you can imagine that is where I've been raised and born and brought up. We are 8 in our family, and therefore the land size available for cultivation has seriously diminished. Despite the presence of the electric fence surrounding the Aberdares, my home area has become completely food insecure. And despite serious conversations with the conservationists, it has become a major problem that a community that originally was food secure has completely been rendered subject to hunger because the community shares their food with the baboons, the sky baboons, the blue baboons, and the monkeys. And Honorable Speaker, this threat is even increasing with the direction of the country to increase tree cover in the country. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, you find that there is no revenue sharing formula between the income that is generated by the parks and the national parks and the local communities. So we cannot continue to have the local communities being impoverished at the expense of our wildlife. And therefore, it is necessary that as a House, we pronounce ourselves on this petition and actually include, but also beyond including, we must also vote in the budget sufficient money to compensate. At this point in time, Honorable Speaker, my people who have claims with the Ministry of Wildlife, it's about 13, 14, or 11 years behind schedule.
Point made. Yes, Jaldeza. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as we respect the petitioner on harmonizing medical and veterinary, these things were never the same. The university entry requirement is different. The number of years in the training is different. The type of work that people do, you make a mistake in treating a goat or a dog, is not the same as treating a child. So the issue of harmonization does not even happen, but it's good luck. They let them try their luck. But to the best of my knowledge, veterinary and medical profession cannot be equated by any standard. Thank you.
Wanjala, last one. Roeda, you also want to say something on monkeys? Wanjala, 1 minute each.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the chairman of Committee on Implementation, Honorable Speaker, I stand, I rise on standing order number 91.
You're out
Honorable
of order,
Speaker.
Wanjala. We are dealing with petitions. There is a petition on veterinary and on monkeys. So how does implementation come in?
That was here yesterday, and there were some things I wanted to correct. That. Honorable Speaker.
You rise at the right time. We are now dealing with petitions. Roeda.
Asante Bwana Spika. Nami naunga mkono ombi la hawa nyani kuwekwa kwenye orodha ya malipo. Bwana Spika, lakini nataka tujue sisi hapa bunge, mbali tunaunga mkono, tuhakikishe bajeti iwekwe nyingi kabisa, kubwa zaidi ya afya na barabara. Kwa sababu itakuwa ni ngumu kutofautisha ni mnyama gani aliyeharibu hayo mimea. Kwa hivyo tujitayarishe tuweke bajeti kubwa. Na Bwana Spika, wanawake magavana, wanaume wa Kenya wamekuwa kama manyani. Hawaheshimu, na sio wenyewe tuko kidogo, wao wanazidi. Kila ubaya ni utasikia ni magavana wanawake tu hapa Kenya. Kama wanaume ni wasafi sana. na hao magavana wenyewe ni kidogo, tunataka tuongezeke tuwe wengi, lakini hao kidogo ambao wako saa yote ubaya wote wanagandamiza magavana. Huyu Gladys Wanga ni mweupe pepepe.
Yes, Wanjala now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 91 concerning statement made by the Leader of Majority on the floor of this House on 18th August 2026 during the afternoon sitting, Honorable Speaker. The statements related to the status of a report allegedly tabled by the Finance and National Planning Committee on asset financing firms accused of exploitative lending practices against border operators. Honorable Speaker, the inquiry concerned Mogo Motorcycles and other asset finance firms following allegations that border operators were subjected to exploitative lending practices. The allegations included high interest rates, hidden charges, unfair and unclear repayment terms, and repossession of motorcycles after minor defaults, which left many riders.
You are trying to make? What is the point you are trying to make? Because you are reciting something that is strange to this house.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I'm soon reaching there.
Go there, what do you want?
Honorable Speaker, my issue here is that the committee that is being chaired by Honorable Kuria Kimani has held hearings with more than 50 affected riders. But Honorable Speaker, till today, as we are talking, the report has not been tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. Yet yesterday, it was being said that the resolution had been made. And the Committee of Implementation only deals, Honorable Speaker, with the resolutions that has been passed by the House.
Noted.
Therefore,
Thank you, Angela. Point clarified. I was in the chair. The majority leader said there was a resolution you have not followed on implementation. You are saying there is no resolution, right? Let the chips lie where they fell. Take your seat. Honorable members, those two petitions, because they take your seat, are committed in the manner I directed. The one on veterinary doctors to the petitions committee, and the one on monkeys to the committee on tourism and wildlife. Final honorable members, the Ugandans are here. I wish to acknowledge and introduce to you a delegation from the Parliament of Uganda who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises 5 members of the Committee on Education and Sports of the Parliament of Uganda. They are the Honorable Emmanuel Ongierto, MP, Leader of Delegation, the Honorable Richard Machika Owere, MP, Member, the Honorable Wellborn Odia Otore, MP, Member, the Honorable Colleen Angwech, MP, Member, and the Honorable Josephine Gibbs Ibaseret, MP, Member. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by 3 members of staff, is on a visit to benchmark with the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Education and share experiences and best practices. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements with their counterparts. I thank you. Yes, Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence on the ruling that you have just made on the matter of the medical doctors going to the petitions committee. How we should take them to the Labour Committee so that the broad determination, petitions can be very strong. We once held one here and it has stayed the time up to today. So the Labour Committee can deal with that space properly on harmonization of salaries. Thank you.
Majority Leader, is that all right?
I agree. I think issues of labor could best be dealt in the labor.
So I direct the petition on harmonization of remuneration between veterinary doctors and human doctors be send to the Committee on Labor. Yes, Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to request if you could allow me to welcome the
Go ahead.
Uganda delegation, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of all of us, go ahead.
On behalf of the entire House, I wish to welcome the Ugandan delegation. And Mr. Speaker, as a neighboring country, we have a lot of things that we share in common. And Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that, you know, other than the colonial boundaries that were drawn, you can clearly see my name is Honorable Millie Odhiambo. And I heard you saying a lot of so Mr. Speaker, you never know. Maybe some of them are my relatives who remained in Uganda. But that's on a light note. On behalf of the Parliament, I wish to welcome them. Thank you.
I don't think they're Luos. They sounded like Tesos.
Tesos and Luos are also relatives.
Tesos are closer to Turkanas than to Luos. Honorable members, allow me also to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery, Kamahindu Junior School from Lari, Kiambu, Kipkeino School from Tarbo, Uasin Gishu, and in the public gallery, Dukana Junior School from North Hor, Marsabit. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From this desk, I also want to welcome the Ugandans. They have left.
They are gone.
Thank you, thank you. No, I went to the Parliament of Uganda and Atlanta. Interesting things there, where the army sits as a bench and they sit in Parliament. And I think that was very interesting thing. And, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th August, afternoon sitting 2026. 1. Reports of the Auditor General Financial Statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of the following. 1. Nguvu Boys High School, Embu County, St. Clair Nembu Girls High School, Nairobi County, AIC Kisasi Boys Secondary School, Kitui County, Kiamuri Mixed Day and Boarding Secondary School, Meru County, Homa Bay High School, Homa Bay County, Nkondi Girls High School, Tharaka-Nithi County, Mayori Secondary School, Embu County, Mulango Girls High School, Kitui County, St. Alphonsus Mutei Girls Secondary School, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Kamasia Mixed Secondary School, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Karugwa Girls Secondary School, Meru County, Bukoma Secondary School, Busia County, Lugulu AC Secondary School, Busia County, Kapropita Girls High School, Baringo County, Kabiricha Girls Secondary School, Meru County, Sacred Heart Secondary School, Kiambu County, Precious Blood Secondary School, Riruta, Nairobi City County, Malanga Mixed Day Secondary School, Busia County, Mau Mau Memorial Girls Secondary School, Tana River County, Kinango Boys Secondary School, Kwale County, Kiteta Boys Secondary School, Makueni County, Kiringara Girls Secondary School, Meru County, St. Anne's Bunyala Girls Secondary School, Busia County, and Tugumoi Mixed Day Secondary School, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Second, Honorable Speaker, reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of the following. 1. Gatugi Girls Secondary School, Nyeri County, Kangubiri Girls Secondary School, Nyeri County, Milimani High School, Nakuru County, Canon Kituri Secondary School, Taita Taveta County, Pimbiniet Mixed Secondary School, Narok County, Lamu Boys Secondary School, Lamu County, Kasieku Girls Secondary School, Makueni County, Muruguru Girls Secondary School, Nyeru County, St. Ursula Girls, St. Ursula Girls Secondary School, Tungutu, Kitui County, Sane Girls Secondary School, Tana River County, Mukuruaini Boys High School, Nyeri County, Defki Ruiru Secondary School, Nairobi City County, and Career Boys Secondary School, Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Owen, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. George Best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th August 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, as we go to statements and questions, order. As we go to statements and questions, I'm reliably informed we have, as indicated on the order paper, 2 cabinet secretaries, 1 for education, to respond to 3 questions, and 1 for tourism and wildlife to respond to 3 questions. Before we do that, let's dispose of orders number 8, 9, 10, and 11. Then we come to those questions. Clerk.
Order number 8, motion, 9th report on the audited financial statements for various state corporations, question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Angela, take the nearest seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the 9th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of audited financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026. 1, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority for the year 2021-22. 2, Agricultural and Food Authority for the financial year 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, 2022-2023, and 2023-2024. 3, Agriculture and Food Authority for the financial years, that is repeated. 4, T-Board of Kenya for the financial years 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. 5, National Social Security Fund for the financial year 2024-25. 6, National Hospital Insurance Fund Social Health Authority for the financial years 2021-2022, 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025. And 7, Kenya Planned Health Inspectorate Service for the financial years 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022, 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, 7th report on the audited financial statements for various funds, questions to be put.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the 7th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the report of audited financial statements for the Kenya, for the Land Settlement Fund for the financial years 2020-2021, 2021-2022, and the Railways Development Fund holding account for the financial years 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of session paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy, question to be put.
Doanya, take the nearest seat, Mommy. Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on its consideration of session of paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd July 2026, and approve session of paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 11, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023, second reading, question to be put.
Thank you. Betsimba, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the County Assembly Services Act and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, we'll now go back to order number 7. Can you call it out? Order number?
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Owen Bayer, can you search and bring to the House first the CS for education? You found the minister? Minister, welcome to the House. Yes, Owen?
Honorable Speaker, under your instruction that I search and find the Cabinet Secretary for Education, I want to report that I have searched, found, and delivered him to this chamber for the process to continue.
You search, find, capture, and bring to the House.
Yes, I did that, Honorable Speaker. Much obliged.
Thank you. Before we call out the first question, in the public gallery, there is St. Joseph's Girls Kakamega from Lurambi, Kakamega County. We welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to Parliament. Honorable Irene Joki, Minister, welcome to the House. We have 3 questions from 3 members. There's a colleague of yours waiting to come in after you. So give us precise, concise answers so that we finish with you in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Joki, question number 015 of 2026. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aware that insecurity cases in Bahati have continued to rise, including incidents of sexual and gender-based violence, and noting that many pupils in public institutions are forced to leave their homes as early as 5 a.m. in order to report to school by 6 a.m. Concerned that the early reporting hours expose learners, especially girls, to serious risk during dark morning hours, could the Cabinet Secretary for Education...
Honorable Joki, which question are you reading? Your question on the order paper is not what I'm hearing from you. Give her the mic. What are you saying?
I'm reading the question. Could the Cabinet Secretary state what measures is the ministry putting in place to review and harmonize school reporting times, in public institutions to ensure the safety, welfare, and well-being of learners while maintaining effective learning hours. Explain whether the ministry has assessed the insecurity risks faced by learners required to travel very early in the morning.
Are we having the same order paper? What you are reading is different. Do you have today's order paper? Can you be furnished from the table?
Okay. Can I read what is in the order paper, because this is what I had written?
Honorable Njoki, you know very well that you don't come here to read what you wrote. You come to read what is on the order paper.
It is the same. It's the same. It is here. The same.
Because when you write your questions, the table
But it's the
office
same.
normally edits them to give them a clearer meaning, but carry the same.
It is the same.
Go ahead.
Okay. But okay, sorry, Speaker, but it is the same. Let me just repeat it again. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures being taken by the ministry to review and harmonize school reporting times in public learning institutions to safeguard the safety, welfare, and well-being of learners while ensuring that adequate learning hours are maintained?
Correct.
Clarify whether the ministry will issue appropriate guidelines to heads of public learning institutions to review and adjust reporting times, particularly in areas experiencing insecurity and increased cases of sexual and gender-based violence, including Bahati constituency. Outline the immediate measures taken to enhance the safety and security of learners and ensure their unhindered access to education.
Thank you. That is what we have. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the invitation to respond to these questions. Mr. Speaker, in response to the first question, the Basic Education Act 2013 and the regulations thereunder established the legal framework governing official opening hours, learners' reporting times, and the safety and welfare of all our learners. Regulation 84 of the Basic Education Regulations 2015 prescribes the official operating hours for day public and private institutions. The official operating hours for all day public and private institutions shall be from Monday to Friday as follows. A, from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. for class hours, and 3:30 p.m. to 4:45 p.m. for co-curricular activities. Regulation 84, subsection 2 of the Basic Education Regulations 2015 stipulates that no day institution of basic education and training shall require learners to report earlier than 7:15 a.m. The provisions, therefore, establish a clear distinction between the earliest possible permissible reporting time and commencement of official class hours. The earliest permissible reporting time is 7:15 a.m., while the prescribed class hours commence from 8 a.m. and end at 3:30 p.m. Mr. Speaker, the official school hours framework is complemented by the safety and security provisions of the Basic Regulations 2015, and Regulation 81 of this regulation stipulates that matters of safety, security, and hygiene in institutions of basic education and training shall be the responsibility of the Board of Management. Regulation 82 of the same regulation stipulates that the Board of Management shall put in place reasonable measures regarding the hygiene, security, and safety of learners while in and outside the institution while traveling on the institution's business. Mr. Speaker, these provisions establish that learners' safety extends beyond the physical school compound and encompasses circumstances in which learners are outside the institution, including their movement in connection with school activities. Mr. Speaker, the Safety Standards Manual for Schools in Kenya, 2008, complements the regulations by providing operational standards for maintaining a safe, secure, and caring learning environment. The manual covers school grounds and physical security, school infrastructure, and facilities, health and hygiene, the teaching and learning environment, child protection and prevention of abuse, transportation and road safety, disaster preparedness and response, school community relations, and monitoring and evaluation of safety standards. The manual also requires schools to continuously identify and review safety issues in and around the school and to take appropriate corrective measures. It also provides for school-level safety structures and assigns responsibilities for implementation, monitoring, and reporting of safety concerns. Mr. Speaker, the Safety Standards Manual specifically addresses the safety of learners who walk, cycle, or use public transport to and from school. It provides for sensitization of learners on road safety, use of safe pedestrian routes, safe road crossing practices, engagement with relevant authorities on traffic safety around schools, appropriate safety arrangements for learner transportation, sensitization of learners on risk posed by strangers, group movement through secluded areas, and involvement of parents and communities in ensuring the safety of children traveling between home and school. Mr. Speaker, our approach to enforcing these provisions of the law and safety manual is through the education, administration, and quality assurance structures in our ministry. Our field officers, including education officers and quality assurance officers, are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that all the prescribed standards and requirements are met. Boards of management, which have elaborate stakeholder representation, including from parents, are also required to ensure that their respective schools have reasonable measures for the safety and security of learners. To the second question, Mr. Speaker, on the clarification by the ministry, Mr. Speaker, the ministry recognizes that the security environment is not uniform across the country and that some regions and schools experience heightened security risks, including the risk associated with sexual and gender-based violence. The official school hours that I've mentioned above apply across the country as prescribed in the law. However, the ministry, through our field officers and in collaboration with the boards of management and school leadership, have the latitude to take reasonable measures in response to identified safety and security risks. The Safety Standards Manual recognizes armed conflict and insecurity as threats to school safety and continuity of teaching and learning. It recognizes that insecurity can result in disruption of schooling and can discourage parents from sending their children to school perceived to be unsafe. The manual consequently provides for school-level identification of hazards, continuous review of safety concerns, and corrective action. The Safety Standards Manual contains specific provisions on protection of learners from abuse. It requires schools to ensure that learners are protected from physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, and neglect. Mr. Speaker, it further provides for identification of signs of abuse, reporting of suspected cases to appropriate authorities, sensitization of learners on inappropriate touching, and encouragement of learners to report abuse. The manual also recognizes the risks that learners may face when traveling through isolated or secluded areas and provides for measures such as a group movement and sensitization on personal safety. The implementation of the framework means that the ministry officials have to work together with the boards of management, the heads of institutions, the National Government Administration Office, and parents to ensure that the learner safety is guaranteed depending on the specific risk or threat to safety. In other words, the remedial measures that we take as a ministry depends on the circumstances of each specific case, while taking into account the particular security circumstances affecting individual schools and communities. Mr. Speaker, to the third question on the measures taken, I wish to respond as follows. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, the ministry learner safety measures are anchored in the Basic Education Regulations 2015 and the Safety Standards Manual for Schools of 2008. Mr. Speaker, we continue to enforce the provisions of the regulations in terms of the prescribed school hours and the safety standards to ensure that the standards to a secure school environment is provided, including properly demarcated and fenced school grounds, secure gates, controlled access to school premises, appropriate management of visitors, maintenance of visitor records, identification and questioning of unauthorized persons, and regular inspection of school grounds. Schools are required to implement measures for the prevention and identification of physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, and neglect. The Safety Standards Manual provides for sensitization of learners, teachers, parents, and communities, identification of signs of abuse, and reporting of suspected cases to the appropriate authorities. This provides a specific learner protection framework for addressing school-based sexual-based violence. Mr. Speaker, the manual provides for school-level safety structures responsible for identifying safety needs, monitoring safety conditions, coordinating stakeholder, and ensuring corrective action. Schools are expected to continuously review child safety issues in and around the school and to maintain records of safety incidents and corrective measures. In addition, the Basic Education Regulations 2015 provides for guidance and counseling services to all learners as an essential support to learners. These services contribute to learner welfare, early identification of concerns, and appropriate referral and support for learners affected by abuse, violence, insecurity, or any other challenges. The Safety Standards Manual, Mr. Speaker, recognizes that learner safety requires collaboration beyond the school. Schools are required to engage parents and guardians, local communities, relevant government agencies, local authorities, and other stakeholders in addressing safety concerns and protecting learners, with particular emphasis on cooperation concerning children's movement between home and school. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Mrembo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those answers. But I'm also a bit worried because the same question I had asked earlier, and I was given the same response. I actually wrote directly, and I was given the same response. Maybe we may need the CS may need to emphasize to the heads of the schools the importance of all the policies that are in place and the importance of these students not reporting that early. I have suffered, and I can tell you, many of my children have gone through SBV, and even the latest one by being poured to acid of late. So because of those late hours, I think we may need, I think we may need to give circulars, really. That would be important.
Thank you. So, Minister, the questioner wants you to, you have outlined very good policies, but she thinks they are not disseminated to schools and enforced by your teachers. I'll have one, Joyrider. Yes, member for Mandera South. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Minister for the answer. I wanted to know whether the ministry has mapped which specific schools and sub-counties are classified as high risk for insecurity or SGBV, and whether there exists a mechanism within the ministry for monitoring compliance by schools, and what sanctions apply for non-compliance. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member, is that Gikaria? Yes, Gikaria? Who is the member with some gadget making noise? Sergeant, who is the member doing that? Order. Sergeant, who is the member? Can the member on it up? If you are honorable, on it up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You should not do that, Honorable Bonnie. Or don't carry a phone whose features you don't know how to use.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank my dear sister for bringing this very important question. And of course, the answers that have been given by the CS, Honorable Speaker. And as I've alluded to that fact, Honorable Speaker, yes, we have very good policies. We have very good issues that never reach down to the school. So it's up to the ministry. Just like what they have always told us, Honorable Speaker, they are like, particularly if you talk about even how much our schools are they supposed to be charging some fees. And there are circulars to that effect, but which are never followed by the principals of these learning institutions. So it's important. Sometimes it's very sad, Honorable Speaker, as I'm coming to Nairobi on Tuesdays, at around 5, you find tiny little kids on the road, waiting for matatus for them to be able to go to school. So this should be addressed, particularly on matters to do with safety for the learners. And it is important that the CS to take that issue down to where it is, particularly including the regional offices to be able to implement and make a follow-up on the same. But we appreciate, yes, there are those, the policies there, but implementation is what is important. Thank you.
Yes, Roida, the last one on that.
Bwana Spika, inafaa kuangaliwa sana. Shule yangu moja la Mashariki, kuna mvulana alienda na akauawa ndani ya shule. Ndani ya shule, unachukua mtoto wako aende akasome, ukija unaletewa maiti. Na je, ikiwa kama kuna jambo kama hilo, skuli imechukua jukumu gani? Hapa pia tunafaa kuelewa zaidi, waziri atuambie, inafaa shule ichukue jukumu. Mnapeleka wanafunzi, umpeleka mwanafunzi, kirudi amerudi maiti. Hiyo inauma sana, Bwana Spika. Waziri atuelezee kitu kama hiyo kitokea, inafaa skuli ichukue jukumu, ndio isitokee tena siku nyingine.
Minister, Joaquim Rembos was a comment, Gikaria was a comment. They don't deserve your response. Just deal with the last one. Although you have not given Rueda any particulars of a child, it's just fiction. You just said a child went to school and a corpse was brought back home.
Father Secondary School. I've forgotten the name of the child, but it's Father Secondary School. I can bring the name.
Okay, Minister, in the context of safety, I think that is the only way you can answer it since you don't have specific facts.
In the context of safety, Mr. Speaker, where such a situation happens, the police are called in to do an investigation, and if it's found that there was negligence on the part of the school, then the law takes its course. But we ensure, or we have guided the principals and the heads of institutions to ensure that schools are places of safety for our children.
Roeda, what you can do is, subsequent to this, you can furnish details to the minister so that he can look at that specific case, if what you are saying is true, and I believe it is. And next, question 016 of 2026, Geoffrey Odanga. Geoffrey Odanga, member for Matthias. You know the rules, member for Funyula. There is no general public interest. If any member wants you to ask a question for him, he writes to the speaker to nominate you as a proxy to ask the question. Do you have any writing to that effect?
Speaker, not necessarily.
Order.
That's why.
Order, Oundo. There's nothing like not necessarily. Rules are rules and are your rules. You wrote them. Take your seat. Next question dropped. Next Question 017 of 2026, Robert Basil. Member for Yatta. Order, Honorable Oundo, take your seat. And for you to start walking in a menacing manner towards the chair is from the recent utterances I've been hearing from you, you are not harmless. Member for Yatta. Honorable Basil, not in the house. Question dropped. Minister, you are released to go back to your office. Bring the
Thank
next
you, Mr.
minister.
Speaker.
Yes. Yes. Is Honorable Julius Sungul in the house? Is Ken Chonga in the house? Is Parashina in the house? Excellent. And the joyriders, be ready on that. Honorable members, if you file questions and you cause the Speaker to summon ministers to the House, the very least you can do is, if you know you are not going to be available, write to us. Furnish us with your explanation so that if it's only one question to a minister, we don't have to bring them here. Yes, Oundo, what is it?
Speaker, yes, I totally agree that the rules are the rules, but remember, Standing Order number 1 gives you the discretion to deal with matters of public interest. The question that had been asked, filed by Honorable Danga, was such of public interest, but now it's overtaken event, would have had really dealt with it, because those of us who are on the ground know the menace, the magnitude of this problem. I was just seeking your wise
Oundo,
counsel.
you know very well when Standing Order number 1 applies, it says, in matters not provided for in the standing orders. It is provided in the standing orders that a member who is not present or likely to be present writes to the Speaker and nominates another member to ask the question or make a statement on their behalf. I'm sure you know. Yes. Is the minister present? Yes, Owen?
Honorable Speaker, I have searched and found the Cabinet Secretary for Wildlife and Tourism, and she's in the House, and I am happy, Honorable Speaker, to present her to you and to the House. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
CS, take your seat. CS, welcome to the House. We have 3 questions filed to your ministry, and I hope we'll be done in 40 minutes. The first question is question 018 of 2026. The Honorable Julius Sunguli, member for Kilgoris. Sunguli?
And Mr. Speaker, if you could defend us from the harmless.
Honorable Oundo. Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the question 018 of 2026. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the reasons for the inordinate delay in commencing construction of the Dolisho branch of the Kenya Utalii College and indicate the timelines for commencement, including its estimated completion date. 2, outline the factors that informed the ministry's decision to establish a branch of the college in Dolisho town, considering that it's not close to any other town nor to a tourist area. And 3, clarify whether public participation was conducted prior to the approval of this project, and if so, provide a report on the outcomes of the exercise. 4, provide the estimated cost of the project, including the total funds allocated and the actual expenditure incurred on the construction of the Lolly branch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. In response to question 018 by the member for Kilgoris, Honorable Julius Sunkuli, Honorable Speaker, the proposed Kenya Utalii College Ildolisho campus in Narok County forms part of the government's broader strategy to expand access to quality tourism and hospitality training and address the national skills gap in the tourism sector. The project has experienced delays, but primarily due to financial and budgetary processes and constraints. The project commenced in the financial year 2025-2026 and is envisaged to be completed in the financial year 2027-2028. In response to question number 2, requiring to outline the factors that informed the ministry's decision to establish a branch of the college in Ildolisho town, Honorable Speaker, the decision to establish the campus was part of the wider plan to decentralize the operations of Kenya Utalii College and ease access to its services across the country. Kenya Utalii College currently receives more than 3,000 applications annually, but has historically had capacity to admit only approximately 600 to 700 students. The expansion of regional campuses is therefore intended to decentralize access to quality training and decongest the Nairobi campus. The key considerations included, number 1, addressing the tourism skills gap in the Mara ecosystem. The Mara region has a large concentration of tourism establishments, and there is a shortage of professionally trained personnel in critical operational areas. Second is improving tourism service standards and visitor experience. In the Mara
Minister
ecosystem.
Angela, are you the one engaged in an animated discussion? Go on, Minister.
Number 3 is building local capacity and increasing community participation in tourism. Number 3 is for the regional economic development. The establishment of the campus will contribute to the direct and indirect economic development of Ildolisho and the wider Narok region by creating a new center of economic activity. Number 3 was to clarify whether public participation was conducted prior to the approval of this project. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Utalii College Council established the need to open a branch in the Mara region and approached the community represented by the Board of Management of Ildolisho Primary School, resulting in the identification and provision of approximately 15.98 acres of community land for the proposed campus. Accordingly, stakeholder engagement is also being maintained throughout the project implementation process. Number 4 was to provide the estimated cost of the project, indicating the total funds allocated and the actual expenditure incurred on the construction of the Ildolisho branch. Honorable Speaker, the estimated cost of the project is Kenya shillings 486 million. The total funds allocated in the first phase is 50 million shillings, and the actual expenditure to date is 17 million shillings for phase 1, which entails the construction of perimeter fence and a gatehouse. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, very interesting answer. I got the
question is even more interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's like you don't want the college.
I really want the college, Mr. Speaker, but I don't want a white elephant. I just don't know, first of all, on this question of public participation, whether the minister could explain whether, apart from the people of Ildolisho Primary School, whether anybody else in the public was asked anything, and whether it's the policy of the ministry not to involve elected leaders or administration at all in public participation. And on the question of 17 million and 50 million, is that all, Madam Minister? Is that all? Was this project actually planned? Is there any other money voted for in this particular regard? Because it seems to me like 50 million is from the tourist fund only. Was there anything in is there more in 2027, 2028, if all you have right now is less than 50 million shillings? Is that really planned?
Yes, Shinali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want to congratulate the CS for the policy by the government that training by Utalii College should be decentralized to where tourist attraction is. And what I would like to know from the CS is that there is a lot of tourist attraction areas in Western, including Kakamega Forest, the Crying Stone, Mount Elgon. And many tourists come to that area throughout the year. What is the plan of establishing a college on that side to be able, in that region, to be able to get for that region? Thank you.
Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also raise a question and proudly say that the CS was my classmate in the university. And I may use that to bribe you on a light note, but to request also the same manner that my constituency has a lot of tourism potential. And with the bird-watching islands of Mbasha na Muholo, and many, many others, Mr. Speaker. And many people come, even the Roma, which we share with two other constituencies, Suba South and Ndiwa. I think more recently we saw the roads and people are laughing, but Mr. Speaker, that has tourism potential. It's the last home of roan antelope. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering, because you can even hear the entire Western Circuit has no college. But if you look at it, my place actually has greater potential, including water, sports and all that. When do you intend to initiate one in Suba North?
Pukose, then Rindikiri, and then Minister, you answer. We go to the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister Miano for the responses. My question is almost similar to what Honorable Shinali raised. We have Mount Elgon National Park, and there is Mount Elgon Lodge, which initially, when Honorable Soro Kibagendi was the chair of the tourism board, 20 million was set aside to renovate that national park, the Mount Elgon National Lodge. But up to date, nothing has happened. Is there a plan by the minister now that you are developing Utalii College to various places? And I can hear my colleague, Honorable Sunguli, seems not to be happy that it is being developed to Narok. Can she develop it to Mount Elgon? Because I don't think we need public participation for you to do that. But we'll be happy to have it convert the Mount Elgon Mount Elgon Lodge to be part of the Utalii College, so that our children there can train well and also serve tourism in that region of the western part of Kenya.
Yes, Sunguli.
My great former chairman, because we're both in the health committee, is misrepresenting a fact. I have not said we do not want Utalii College in Narok. I'm asking the particular village, and I have not gone into personal issues, because this thing, the minister knows the reasons why it was put in that village. It has no relationship with the Mara at all. I wish that it could be put in the Mara. But now that he has come to my constituency, by far, let it stay there, but let them put funds in it.
But
and the
Honorable
possession.
Sunguli, I don't see any logic in what you are saying. Because you want a college, you are resisting a college. You want a college, you are raising technicalities about the college. You know, you are more, as a lawyer, you know the difference between form and substance. Yes, Rindikiri?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam CS, the Eastern Circuit of tourism that extends from Samburu all the way to Meru National Park, Lewa Conservancy, which is in my constituency, Garidari.
You also want a college there?
Yes.
Just ask the question.
Yes, madam, because I was giving the parking lot because most likely she is not aware of the potential, particularly in my constituency. Lewa Conservancy, Garidari, Nkonga Forest, where we have the largest maternity of elephant in Kenya. We have Mount Kenya National Park. Ceremony Gate is in my constituency. The Bongo Park, the only bongo in this country. And then, of course, we have other small areas that need a lot of focus. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because the ministry has not given a lot of attention to the potential in this region. And one way of recognizing what this is in terms of the economy is developing infrastructure that can support the tourism sector in that region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you can respond to those 5 short interventions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In regard to the public participation for the Eldorisho campus, I want to confirm it is our policy to do public participation. The information I have is that there was public participation that resulted even in donation of community land. We, however, continue to engage, and we will have detailed discussions at the convenience of the Member of Parliament in case there are other issues that we may have missed, so that we work together as we establish the campus. In terms of budget, we have a provision in the 2026-2027 budget, and also 2027-2028, we will have a provision to complete, because the project cost is 486, and the initial funds that were provided to start the outer infrastructure of the fence and also the gate for the project area, that is what had been released, and so far 17 million out of the 50 million has been spent. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the Western Circuit, and in this country, we have divided our tourism circuits into 9 circuits, and the Western Circuit is richly endowed, of course, including the bird watching, the Ruma National Park, and Rusinga Island, and very, very many tourist attractions. What we have done, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have mapped all the tourism facilities and all the attractions in the 47 counties. We had a meeting with all the CCs.
Minister, save us time. The questions are from Shinali. Why don't you have a college in the West and do you plan to have one? From Mili, why don't you have a college in her region and when do you plan to have one? From Bukose, why don't you have a college in Mount Elgon area? When do you plan to have one? From Rindikiri, why have you neglected the area from Laikipia, Samburu, all the way to Meru National Park? Are you planning to have a college there? QED.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, are those your questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am aware that so far, the ones that have been approved is a college in Kisumu for that area, Kitui, and Kilifi. We will continue to look at the others so that in the coming financial year, we will complete the feasibility studies.
Honorable Millie.
Mr. Speaker, paradoxically, the marginalization of the Suba area was manifest on Sunday. I have said it on this floor before, and people don't take it seriously. Whereas I have no problem with you putting a college in Kisumu. Even Suba people are people, and they belong to this country. You have seen how terrible our roads are. Now when you are bringing a college, you only take to Kisumu. Take it to Kisumu, but prioritize Suba first.
Point taken.
Minister.
We shall prioritize.
Yes, Angela, what's your point of order?
On the same note, Honorable Speaker.
Use the mic. There's one there.
On the same note, Honorable Speaker, Western Kenya, right from Kakamega to Budalang in Lake Victoria, with very good sceneries for tourism, with the islands, very beautiful islands, Honorable Speaker, clean water, fresh water. This means even with the car cables can be done there. This Honorable Minister has not visited those places. They only think of Mombasa, and if they think of Western Kenya, they only think of Kisumu, instead of investing tourism where they will benefit more, which is even also in Western Kenya, and especially Busia district in Budalang constituency.
What is your point of order, Shinali?
Honorable Speaker, my question was very specific, and I am expecting a very specific answer.
She was still answering.
And Honorable Speaker, even as she answers that, we have other new tourist attractions that are coming up, like bullfighting. What is she doing about it? Because she has neglected or marginalized Western region, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Kajwang? Minister, not all those.
After listening to apes and monkeys, baboons in the afternoon, is this member, this honorable member, distinguished member, implying that you must have a training school for utalii to be able to be proficient in bullfighting?
I don't think that's what he meant. Bensouda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like the Minister to enlighten us what programs, because we're talking about utalii colleges, and this entails skill development, empowerment, and nurturing and building our tourism sector. But I am perturbed because I'm not seeing active visibility and programs that are impactful for our youths in terms of cultural activities. Because I believe when you're talking about tourism, we're not only talking about people coming from outside the country to come to our country, whether domestic, whether international, whether it's African countries. We want to see how tourism industry is calculated into our youth's build-up. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker.
You are completely out of step.
Honorable Speaker, just give me time. Probably what the approach that I've used.
You are joyriding on a question by Julius Sunguli.
Yes, Honorable
about
Speaker.
Utalii colleges. Now you are veering off to something totally different.
But Honorable Speaker, utalii colleges, who trains there? That is my point of...
Ask your question.
My question is, Honorable Speaker, what programs does the minister have to ensure that our youths are fully involved in getting chances for training in utalii colleges? And what about those who are not able to access the chances? What efforts are we doing to ensuring that tourism industry care of our youths in the entire nation? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, can you respond to that? Yes, Owen. You are the last joyrider.
Thank you for being the last joyrider. Saving the best for last. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. While we ask many questions about what will happen and what, I want to sincerely say that we have achieved a college in Kilifi.
It is the next question.
Yeah, but it's a bit different. I think the context is different. We have achieved a college in Kilifi, and I want to say this particularly, Honorable Speaker, that the minister came here and promised, asked a question on the same some time ago, and the minister came here and promised that it will be completed this year, and we have completed that. But on the same
You
things,
are giving evidence of her credibility?
yes.
You are finished. Yes.
I want to add this, if you allow me.
Yes.
You see, in the United States, the Morille Act, the Morille and Land Grant Act of 1862 and 1890, which the United States used to set up colleges everywhere, and they became centers of development, and many like Massachusetts, Mississippi, and many counties that looked, many states that looked like they were not going to developed around the colleges. They were more of agricultural, they were more of engineering and all that. And therefore, I would like to advise the minister that these questions that these members are saying are very important, that we need to pick them, have a good strategic plan for the ministry on establishment of utalii colleges all over, so that we do not only spur development of tourism, but we also do spur development of the towns where, because other services will come, other people will build around the colleges, and those colleges, those cities will come up and become big cities for the future. So this is something that we need, probably we need to have a report, a strategic plan tabled in this house on the Ministry of Tourism on how they're going to actualize
Thank you,
this.
point made. Minister,
Thank you.
Respond to those quickly. Some are just comments.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The colleges, due to financial constraints, are being grouped into regions and by the circuits, the tourism circuits and availability of land. But we want to affirm that even when admitting students at the main Kenya Utalii College and any other campus, we ensure that we observe regional quotas and regional sensitivities. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that I have visited the Western Circuit. It's one of the very, very endowed circuits. We are mapping the new products.
Ignore him. Just go on. Order,
And we are working with the UN Tourism to come up with our investment booklet that will be translated in all the UN languages so that we can go out there and have investors to develop our tourism products that have not been fully developed. In terms of the Eastern Circuit, we are aware of all the tourism attractions that are there, including the Lewa, including the Bongo, and we are populating the Bongo population again, even repatriating them from other countries, and a lot of work is going on in that regard. We are looking at the infrastructure, even in that region, to match the tourism activities that are there. In regard to the youth, as a Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, we have a youth tourism hub in our ministry, which we have recently established, and we want to fully take care of the youth endowment in terms of technology, in terms of innovation and creativity, and in terms of cultural activities. The Ministry of Culture, that is together with the Ministry of Gender, we partner with them because they do all the cultural activities. We will partner with them because tourism, culture forms part of the tourism activities.
That I finish.
So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that youth is part of our priority. We are working, even in marketing this country, in terms of creativity, we are partnering with the youth, and some of the trainings that are ongoing, we are reviewing the curriculum to ensure that we fully entrench the activities that can benefit the youth.
Thank you.
I submit.
Wangela, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the tourism industry can do a lot and employ our youths that are jobless. But the ministry is not creating those opportunities. Honorable Minister, if you go to South Africa, in Africa, it's the only place you will get the car cables or cable cars. And again, until you go to South America. In Budalangi, Honorable Speaker, if this minister took initiative, come to Budalangi and see the kind of car cables or cable cars that they can initiate for the employment of our youths. And the boat, fishing, the sport fishing that they can do there. And the hotel they can build on those islands and those mountains. Honorable Speaker, these boys who are languishing in poverty would get employment. Otherwise, training them and not giving them jobs is not going to help. Let's also create things that after training they're employed.
Point made. I want us to go to the next question. Yes, Bukosi? Not next time she comes to Western, she will alert you to be there.
Honorable Speaker.
Order Wanjala. Order Rafael Wanjala. Order Wanjala. Take your seat.
Honorable Speaker.
Take your seat, Wanjala. Bensouda, you are getting disorderly.
Yes. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I raise a very pertinent issue about Mount Elgon Lodge,
yes,
which I even mentioned that the Honorable Osoro Kibagendi was the chair of the tourism board. And they set aside 20 million to be able to,
you said billion.
To renovate, 20 million.
Million?
Yes, 20 million to renovate that place. She's not spoken about it. And
Minister?
Mentioning that she was in the Western Circuit, I expected her to bring up. And in that place, there is even land for the Kenya Tourism Board, yes, enough land, which you are aware, Honorable Speaker.
Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In reorganization of government through the executive order that was issued in 2024, the lodges, including Mount Elgon Lodge, was then transferred to the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, because the shares held there are by KDC. Kenya Development Corporation.
Ken Chonga, question 019 of 2026.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to rise and ask question 019 of 2026. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances and reasons that led to officers from the Kenya Utalii College being denied access to the Ronalingala Utalii College on the 24th of July, 2026? 2, can the Cabinet Secretary clarify the respective mandates and responsibilities of the Tourism Fund and the Kenya Utalii College in relation to the management, operationalization, and handover of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College? 3, clarify whether the planned commencement of operation on 1st of September 2026 will proceed as scheduled, and if not, the reasons for any change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I do not have information that any officers were denied access to Ronald Ngala Utalii College. We have a team that is working on the operationalization of Ronald Ngala Utalii College, and they presented a joint report, and in the committee, Kenya Utalii College was represented. And the ministry remains committed to ensuring that all participating institutions work collaboratively towards the operationalization of Ronald Ngala Utalii College. The second question, to clarify the respective mandates and responsibilities of the Tourism Fund and the Kenya Utalii College in relation to the management, operationalization, and handover of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College. The mandate of the Kenya Utalii College in relation to the Ronald Ngala Utalii College is to undertake the tourism and hospitality training, offering the curriculum and the technical support, undertake capacity building, and for the whole sector. And the mandate of the Tourism Fund in relation to Ronald Ngala Utalii College is to provide finances for the construction and development of the college, and also resources for the operationalization of the college that is being spearheaded by the State Department for Tourism, with the two agencies playing their respective roles. Question number 3, to clarify whether the planned commencement of operations on 1st September 2026 will proceed as scheduled. Honorable Speaker, the commencement of the operations of Ronald Ngala Utalii College remains as scheduled for 1st of September 2026. Admission of students is currently ongoing, and all is set for the operationalization. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Chonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was looking for the date when I actually made a petition to the first question. Mr. Speaker, the officers from Kenya Utalii College on that day, comprising officers from front office, maintenance, from security, with a diary that the Tourism Board, which is mandated to construct that facility, being aware, were denied. And after they were denied entry, they called me as the area member of parliament. They also called the sub-county DCC, the Deputy County Commissioner. We had to make a personal intervention. We were not given any tangible reasons why these officers were denied entry. To my surprise, the CS is not aware. To me, I'm very much afraid. If it really happened and the CS can deny here, then I don't know what is going on. The third question, Mr. Speaker, why I asked whether they are ready. They are supposed to admit, the college is supposed to admit at least an initial 1,000 students. The accommodation at that facility can only hold 250 students. The area where this college is situated has no facility whatsoever, because that is where my office is. I've been trying to make intervention if maybe the affordable housing project which is going on in Mtwapa could be hastened to accommodate some of these students, because these students are not all coming from Kilifi. They are coming from various parts of Kenya. And I expected the CS to tell us the arrangements that are in place, first of all, to accommodate these students. And if at all, there are arrangements from wherever they are, they can be collected to the college. That is why I'm concerned on the feasibility of this facility being opened on the 1st. Mr. Speaker,
she has said it will be open on the 1st.
Yes. She has said so.
You have evidence to the contrary?
Because of what I'm asking now.
Yes.
One, regarding accommodation of the students.
That point is clear.
Two, were there any facilities in terms of transport arrangements where students can be picked from wherever they are? That's where my concern is.
Minister, there's one more joyrider. Minister, hold on. Julius Songuli.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear that at long last, Ronald Utalii College is going to be opened after many years, suffering from the same problems that we will suffer, that it was put in a place which is remote. But my question to the minister, now that it is policy of government to proliferate Utalii colleges, and yet Utalii College was supposed to be a standard with a very high, to such very high standard.
You mean to devolve?
I'm using a different English word.
The one you used is inappropriate.
To place it in different places.
Yes.
Will the minister now ensure that the reasons why Utalii College was started in the first place, which is to retain very high standards within the region, will that still be possible? Where will you get the trainers to keep those standards? And what is the role of private tourism colleges that are coming up? Will they be better or worse than Utalii? And will this still be the Utalii College we know?
Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want to congratulate His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto for ensuring that we actualize our dream as the coastal people to have Ronald Ngala Utalii College. We have been yearning to have one because Coast Region being one of the destinations for tourists. For many, many years, we have been talking of having an Utalii College. But today we are happy that the Utalii College is there. I just want to add on what Honorable Ken Chonga has said, the issue of accommodation. It is very important that we need to have an alternative accommodation, because already, as Member of Parliament from the Coast Region, we have already told our youth, they have already applied and they're waiting for the responses. The Cabinet Secretary has just said that it's going to start on 1st September, and yet most of them, they have not received any responses. So we are just thinking whether, is it true that the 1st of September, they're going to start the operationalization or not? I think the Cabinet Secretary need to tell us the truth, because even now, for me from Likoni constituency, about 50 have applied, and yet none of them have received any message, whether it's positive or negative. They have not even received. So I don't know whether they're going to be included there or not. So, Cabinet Secretary, Madam Miano, you need to tell us whether this one is true or false.
Honorable Speaker, since I came in this house, Utalii College has been appearing on budget lines, and that's about over 10 years ago. I'm wondering whether the CS has now better plans to make sure the other devolved colleges that she intends to put up will be constructed in a shorter time, and maybe if she has a figure, let us know how much Utalii College has costed up to now.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we received this question about denial of entry of Kenya Utalii College personnel, I did immediately call the principal, and he said they were not denied. If there was any misunderstanding, I want to confirm that that has been resolved in case there was, because the technical committee that is working on the operationalization of the college did.
She has hardly responded to your questions. No, let her finish, Ken Jonga. When you were asking questions, she was listening. Yeah? Go on, Minister.
I received a report from the multi-sectoral committee that included Kenya Utalii College on 3rd of August, and the State Department has brought a comprehensive report on the readiness of the college to start operations on 1st of September, and we are getting regular updates almost on a daily basis, and I can confirm that so far arrangements are in place. The contractor on site prioritized the areas that will prioritize the admissions on 1st. By yesterday, 500 students' admissions had been processed for the various courses, and I have information that they were notified. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Accommodation? I think that is the only one here.
Accommodation, the accommodation facilities are there, and I'm told that the equipping and furnishing is ongoing.
Thank you. Yes, Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not in any contention with the CS. That should be very clear. In fact, we are working very, very closely with the staff from Kenya Utalii College. I know the CS is updated to that. But my contention is, she's saying that if there were any problems, by now they have been resolved. Is she confirming that there were problems? Because that is exactly what she has said.
That's plain English.
That is exactly what she has said. So is she confirming indeed there was a problem? And
she said, Ken Chonga, take your seat. She said she was not aware that anybody was turned away. But in case such a thing happened, then it has been resolved because nothing untoward is going on there except preparation for admission. That's what she said. If you have facts to the contrary, put to her. Because you are saying people were turned away, she's saying they were not turned away. But she says just in case they were turned away, the issue has been resolved and they're working harmoniously to get the college opened on 1st September. Sunguli, what is itching you?
And it's not itching me, Mr. Speaker, but I asked a question about standards, and I have not heard the answer.
Okay, Minister. He says you are proliferating colleges. May I understood you to be devolving other than proliferating? If you are creating many colleges, assure the House and the country that the standards will be maintained in training the best quality people to man our tourism. Kareke, you are the chair of this the committee that oversees this ministry, right? Yes. What is it you want to ask? Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to know whether the ministry has made a decision to open Kenya Utalii College, to open Lonangala as a distinct college, or it will be part and parcel, it will be part and parcel of KUC. Because what we are talking about, or the question asked by Honorable Member, is about Utalii College. It is about Lonangala. So will it be open as Lonangala standalone, or will it be opened as part and parcel of KUC? What I mean is that is it the KUC which will go and make it operational, or it will be a standalone on its own? And finally, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Cabinet Secretary can also clarify in terms of the budget, the amount of money which will be needed to make the college operational. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In terms of standards, I want to confirm that the devolution of the training colleges will prioritize high standards. Looking at the growth in the tourism sector and the hospitality that Kenya is known for, we must ensure that we maintain high standards. And eventually, the Kenya Utalii College main campus in Nairobi is then planned strategically to become a center of excellence where even the private colleges can bring their students for further excellence finishing, but basically is to confirm that we shall maintain high standards. In terms of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College, there were three options: either to open it as a constituent college of Kenya Utalii College, or to operationalize it as a stand-alone college, and thirdly, to look for a strategic partner. For the time being, the college, the easiest way and the most efficient way to operationalize the college is as a constituent college of the Kenya Utalii College, while other options will be considered depending on the growth and expansion strategies going forward.
Indeed, Minister, if you want to maintain standards for this country, model it on the KMTC, where we have KMTC central leadership and management in Nairobi with colleges across the country for maintenance of standards. Yes. Yes, Julius.
Now that in view of that answer, you can see that the issue is not devolution of colleges, but we are starting new colleges that are not necessarily brother or sister to the Kenya Utalii College.
She said that's what you are saying is in fact what she's doing, not what she's not doing.
That's what I'm saying. It is not devolution. Devolution is totally different.
Semantics. Next. Yes, Professor, on the same issue?
On the same issue of Utalii College. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kenya Utalii College on Thika Road is known world-class college with international trainings and linkages and offering international languages, German, French, and other things. For some time, that college has been closed. I wanted just to know the status of the Kenya Utalii College today, the one in Nairobi, because for quite some time, from COVID, it has not been operational.
Minister? Yes, Honorable Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, that college members have been talking about happens to be in my constituency. And I wouldn't sit down here to hear members mislead the House. That college has never been closed down, never.
To the best of my knowledge, too.
Including the COVID period of time, I visited that school and I ate in that restaurant as a member of parliament of that college. The only thing is that it is underfunded. So, Bwana Karege, you'll need to work out with the the cabinet secretary to bring us a budget that will bring up that college to its standards. And when members are talking about whether they should have colleges in every constituency, I doubt if that is the policy of government.
It shouldn't be.
People come into my constituency and read. In fact, very, very few people, negligible numbers, come from, students come from my constituency. Yes. And I don't begrudge them. They could come from Tana River, they could come from Bita or from wherever. But I think that what we need is to fund those places and make them world-class places that can give instructions and excellence.
You can't be more right, Minister. I think that's a positive comment that you should carry back to your office. Question, I think, Professor, you are mistaking the closure of the hotel with the closure of the college. Yeah, you pass by the road, you don't see the hotel working, and you think the college has been closed. That is not the case. Question 020 of 2026, Samuel Parashina.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, and could the Cabinet Secretary explain the cause of death of 16 elephants in the Amboseli ecosystem between 24th June and 31st July 2026, and the status of the investigation, including any toxicological test done to ascertain the cause of death by the Kenya Wildlife Service or any other government agency. 2, state the urgent action being taken to protect further deaths in the Amboseli ecosystem by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. 3, state the measures taken by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife to prevent further wildlife deaths in the Amboseli ecosystem. And 4, outline the measures being taken to support farming and pastoral communities in Kajiado South constituency affected by the deaths, including addressing loss of tourism-related livelihoods and any adverse effects arising from allegations concerning the deaths. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. Honorable Speaker, 16 elephants were reported dead in Amboseli ecosystem between 24th June and 31st of July 2026. The deaths occurred, 7 of them in Kimana Sanctuary, 7 in Motikanju or Kuku Ranch, and Kitenden Ranch reported 1. The leading line of inquiry is toxic exposure, and this was informed by the preliminary analysis done jointly by the University of Nairobi, the government chemist, and other public and private laboratories on samples collected from the elephants. The analysis detected some chemicals on some samples, while other samples were negative. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that the government has constituted a multi-agency team that will issue a conclusive report after comprehensive quantitative. The urgent action being taken to prevent further deaths is that the Director General of KWS activated an emergency multidisciplinary response involving veterinary services, wildlife security, intelligence and investigations, and also park management. We have community relations and a big team, and the immediate measures include rapid deployment of veterinary staff, enhanced aerial surveillance, enhanced ranger monitoring and patrol, enhanced investigation and intelligence gathering, multi-agency collaboration including Pest Control Products Board, Wildlife Research and Training Institute, community engagement, and KWS is now maintaining a toll-free reporting line for any incidences. Number 3 is to state the measures taken by the ministry to prevent further wildlife mortalities in the Amboseli ecosystem. The ministry, through KWS, has initiated a prevention program which combines regulation, environmental testing, wildlife health surveillance, human-wildlife conflict response, security and intelligence, community reporting, and public communication. These measures are designed to prevent both additional wildlife danger and unjustified harm or any incidents that may harm the wildlife. Number 4 is to outline the measures undertaken to support farming and pastoralist communities in Kajiado South constituency, including addressing loss of tourism-related livelihoods and any adverse effects arising from the deaths. The ministry, through KWS, has instituted a raft of measures to support farming and pastoralist communities, and these include deployment of additional rangers to support human-wildlife conflict response in Kajiado South, including surveillance, rapid verification, and community liaison. Also convening community meetings with ranch leadership, conservancies, farmers, agro-dealers, and local administration on reporting. We are also promoting pesticide safety, human-wildlife prevention, and the status. And we are also handling any issues that may arise. We also have existing deterrences which we continue to maintain, that is fence maintenance, early warning, ranger, community scout coordination, and rapid response will be targeted to the areas of greatest verified risk. Also, statutory compensation for claims for human-wildlife conflict that fall within the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act. We also have corporate social investments with the community, including bursaries and other support. KWS continues to collaborate with Amboseli community to support community-based tourism, cultural enterprises, local supply chains, community scouts. We also provide water and coexistence investments as part of the government's shared benefit approach to conservation. Honorable Speaker, the government is undertaking further investigations to determine whether there is any leads to the incidences, which by now we are assured it's a standalone incident. And at the right time, when the reports are ready, they will be made public. I submit.
Parashina, if you are satisfied, we leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I also appreciate the presence of the Cabinet Secretary and the answer she gives, Mr. Speaker, I just want to be noted that the 16 elephants are not just numbers. They are the heritage of Amboseli, and they are the source of our livelihood and the pride of our people. Mr. Speaker, I just want to go through the answers given to us or given to the House, or that has been given to me. In a brief, Mr. Speaker, when she talked about date 24, because I submitted this on 24th June and 31st July, meaning 16 numbers by that time. Yesterday we lost, I have a report that yesterday we also lost another elephant. So the numbers might even be over 16. Can she give us the status up to today, or up to tomorrow, or up to yesterday? Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that there's a chemical called cyanide that has been suspected to be poison, but the research is being done to be proven scientifically, which we are also waiting. But the issue is that by what time, when are you expecting the toxicology report? Can we have time frame? Can she say maybe in 2 weeks, or by when? Mr. Speaker, on the number 2, my question number 2, she answered and said community engagement. I was trying to see at what level is the community is going to be involved. And Mr. Speaker, on question number 3, the Cabinet Secretary has given us, and when you see the answers there, there is no single evidence in stopping the cause. So there's no single evidence. And that's why I said even up to yesterday, we lost an elephant. And even 3 days ago again, we lost an elephant. So there's no any program or evidence of anything they are doing to stop the death. Mr. Speaker, on number 4, when they talk about the pesticide, I just want to mention the pesticide. And my question was, I'm asking myself, since we have known this, the cause is a pesticide, what is the government doing to stop the usage of the pesticide which is being used now, Mr. Speaker?
Where is that coming from? I thought she said...
No, it says number 4, part 2,
Yes.
Convening community meetings with ranch leadership. She talked about that one.
Okay.
And then she said that the pesticide safety. So I wanted to say, is the government doing is putting in a place of supplying the community there, the farmers, with pesticide, so that if there is one that they suspected that is causing the cause of the death of the elephant, then are they supplying or supplying the community there? And also, are they monitoring the use of it if it is there? Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
and the question, I just want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, is about safety of our people. Mr. Speaker, the death of this elephant, we need the CS to tell us, because you cannot imagine, we don't even have a hyena which is eating the carcass. We don't have any other animal that is losing life, or we are losing because of the cause of the cyanide. So we're asking ourselves, if yes, it's an elephant, is it the elephant only going around the community, the Amboseli ecosystem? Mr. Speaker, as I conclude.
What are you saying?
I'm saying,
that
why
hyenas ate the carcass,
the carcass are,
and didn't die.
They don't die. So I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker, why is it only specifically elephant? Now, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I know this can be just allow me to add something. I'm just adding, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that I don't stand again twice. I want to ask Mr. Speaker. Cabinet Secretary, just give us status, a small brief, because the community is doubting that these things are happening during the process. Article 187 allowed the transfer of Amboseli. So people are asking, is there anything, why is it coincidence that is happening now when there's kind of move and up and downs? And I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, as you are talking about community engagement, we had asked you to come to our community. You explained the status on how we are doing on the Amboseli transfer of function, the county government of Kajiado. Finally, last year on November, and I'm sure Cabinet Secretary, you were also in the meeting, the President pronounced, because of the community that has been supporting tourism, that a college, not a utalii, a college that is going to deal with wildlife and tourism was supposed to be built. So I needed to know the progress of the same from the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Minister, after that long speech, there are only 2 or 3 issues you can respond to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to confirm that losing the elephants was such a sad moment because it's our heritage and it affected all of us. Honorable Speaker, I seek indulgence by saying that investigations are still going on. The lab test.
This was on Tuesday, and she went through the process of vetting by the committee.
Chonga, you are seasoned. That is not how to move a motion. You know what to do.
Thank you,
start
Speaker.
by
I'm
saying,
guided.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion. Then read the motion as printed on the order paper, word for word. Then you start your rigmarole.
Sorry, Speaker. I stand guided. I think I was preparing some other submissions. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion: consideration of a nominee for appointment to the Public Service Commission, that, taking into consideration and the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, subsection 2, subsection B of the approval of the Constitution, and Section 3 and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 71, F, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua as a member of the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Speaker.
Proceed and
I
tell
move.
the House everything about what your committee went through, the findings, and then call a seconder.
Sorry?
Order.
Okay.
Order. Order, leader. Allow the chair, because I was there. He has a lot of information about that interview. Tell the House what the committee noted.
Thank you, Speaker. The findings of the committee, after going through the documents tabled by the nominee, various questions that were asked, they consider the experience, the wealth of knowledge on matters of public service, and looking at his career spanning over 30 years, the committee was convinced that the nominee was actually up to the task for that position. And for that matter, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended his approval. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Who is your seconder?
I request the Deputy Leader of Majority to second.
Owen Baya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is a pleasure to actually second this motion by the Honorable Ken Chonga on the appointment, consideration of a nominee for appointment to the Public Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by saying this, that Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua is one lady that meets the cut for which the committee was looking at. So who is Flora Nduku Mutua? And why should be appointed a member of the Public Service Commission? Honorable Speaker, the nominee boasts robust academic qualifications, holding a Bachelor's of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Nairobi. The same nominee, Honorable Speaker, has an MBA in Human Resource Management from Kenyatta University, my alma mater, and a higher diploma in HR Management. So if we are appointing her to Public Service Commission, then you can see she has the requisite qualifications in Human Resource Management, diploma, then she has an MBA in Human Resource Management, and also has a degree in Anthropology. This is wonderful, Honorable Speaker, because she has the qualifications to go into management of human resource at the Public Service Commission. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, This lady has undergone extensive high-level professional training, including the Strategic Leadership Development Program at the Kenya School of Government. I think this is an asset. You know, Kenya School of Government, the highest levels of training, actually equips public servants with very good modern strategic management skills that can take government organizations forward. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, she also has specialized in project management at RIPA International in London. You know these people that are London, you understand? Yes. I don't want to go beyond that. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Mutua possesses exceptional institutional knowledge, having climbed the ranks of a vast career within the State Department for Public Service. So this is a person, this is a lady, Ms. Flora, who has actually worked in the ministry, the State Department for Public Service, and therefore understands public service, where she currently serves as the Director of Management Consultancy Services. Actually, this lady currently works there. She is a staff there. And therefore, it is good, and this is good for this country. People who have worked in institutions, and when higher level of positions arise, I think it is good to give them those positions because they bring history, they bring, skills, they bring knowledge of the organization. And therefore, I think she's fit for this job. Honorable Speaker, her professional expertise is further demonstrated by her published technical works, which include a workload analysis for KenGen and a skills audit for Nakuru County Assembly. Published works. You know what published works means, Honorable Speaker? Yes, published works. She has done a publication. Honorable Speaker, to modernize public service delivery and reduce operational costs, the nominee intends to drive the integration of technology and artificial intelligence to build an efficient, hybrid, decentralized service system. Quite current, quite in sync with technology, quite available to help to energize the organization, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as she told the committee, she plans to champion targeted recruitment drives to explicitly enhance the fair representation of women, persons with disabilities, PWDs, and marginalized communities within the public service ministry. She gives hope to some of us who come from communities that for many years have been marginalized, where she brings this kind of mentality, that she's there also to help the PWDs, to help mainstream government to include even people who come from minority communities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to resolve deep-rooted structural gaps. And I think Honorable Speaker, you're aware of these deep-rooted structural gaps within the public service. Deep-rooted structural gaps, where the public service for many years seemed to be for those people who got education and higher education ab initio at the first time, when Kenya was becoming independent. There are those who benefited from the lifts, you understand, the airlifts to London, the airlifts to America. If you look at public service, the way it is structured, you can see some gaps. Certain communities have bigger chunk of public service. And I think the Honorable Chair of Cohesion has always presented reports in this House to show how public service is structured in this country, exposing deep crevices, chasms. Let me use that word. I know many people will not know what chasm means, but deep chasms in public service, Honorable Speaker. But this lady, as she goes there, she says she intends to implement a justifiable methodology for establishing staff numbers, update stagnant schemes of service, and aggressively sensitize officers on career guidelines. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the nominee is committed to restoring public confidence and trust in the Commission through comprehensive stakeholder engagements, transparent communication channels, and the timely resolution of underlying grievances. I think she'll be a good asset to the public service. And as I wish her well, Honorable Speaker, I want to see she aims to address payroll integrity. You heard about what happened in the payroll of this country. All of us are aware about the payroll issues in the public service. Now, if we have an officer who wants actually and is committed to restoring public confidence and trust in the Commission through comprehensive stakeholder engagement, transparent communication, and timely resolution of underlying grievances, including the payroll issues, including those members of the public service who feel like they're underpaid, including those public service members who feel like public service is not fair, including those members who feel demotivated. We look forward to this lady, Flora, to bring in accountability in the HR department and payroll administrators across all government institutions to effectively eliminate ghost workers. Honorable Speaker, we must deal with the issue of ghost workers as a country. They bleed their payroll and they do nothing for the country. They kill productivity and they earn out of not working, called ghost workers, Honorable Speaker. I wish Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua, favorable accolades from this House, that this House actually allows her by passing and accepting and adopting this report so that Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua takes her position as a member of the Public Service Commission so that she can serve Kenyans in this esteemed position. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I second.
Thank you. The seconder, I was part and parcel of the panel that dealt with that process. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua as a member of the Public Service Commission. Yes, I see the hand of, is that Mbishi, Mboko Mbishi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the nomination of Madam Flora Mutua as a member of the Public Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to appreciate His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto for putting into consideration nomination of women so that they are in decision-making processes. I really thank him for doing that. That shows that we are really progressing in ensuring that we are balancing the gender in terms of the position we have in this country. Honorable Speaker, I have perused the report of the Department Committee of Labor, and I have found that Madam Flora is academically suitable for this position, being a holder of Masters in Business Administration in Human Resource Management from the Kenyatta University, also a higher diploma in Human Resource Management, and also a Bachelor of Arts degree in Anthropology from the University of Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, Madam Flora also, in terms of other professional or other causes which can be an added advantage for this position, Madam Flora has done strategic leadership development programs. He has also done consultancy skills. He has also done project and program management. He has also done management program by university in Johannesburg. Honorable Speaker, in terms of experiences, which is a requirement, he has done more than 10 years in the public sector. Honorable Speaker, we can see here from the report from 1990 when he was a teacher at Mathieni Secondary School. He has raised from that position to become a director, management consultancy service at the State Department for Public Service. Throughout, you have seen he has done a lot, being also a principal management analyst at the State Department, same in public service, also chief management analyst at the State Department of Public Service. So we have seen that he has done a lot and he has experience in so many ways. He is capable of ensuring that he will bring some reforms in the Public Service Commission. Also, when he was being asked general and specific questions on how he's going to bring reforms in the Public Service Commission, he has made some very positive responses, including ensuring that there is dialogue, there is consultation, and there is collaboration, which is key to ensure that the public service is effective. Honorable Speaker, when he was also asked about major setback facing the commission, he has also responded in a very positive way. One being to ensure that the technology is going to be embraced to ensure that there is smooth operationalization on the issues regarding the Public Service Commission, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when he was asked the question in terms of restoration of public confidence, he has also responded in a very positive way by saying that we need a comprehensive stakeholder engagement, effective communication, which is key, and timely resolution of underlying issues, knowing that the Public Service Commission has so many mandates and the roles which they are playing. Honorable Speaker, for me, I find it that he's suitable and he has all the capability to hold this position.
There's a point of order from Honorable Martha, but we shall still bring you back. What is out of order, Honorable Martha?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are a house of record. I'm a bit confused because I thought the motion we are debating is a lady. And the member for Malindi is referred of Likoni, my sister, is talking about a he throughout. So, no. Is it a man or a woman?
I've said Madam Flora Mutua.
Take your seat.
From the beginning, I've said Madam Flora Mutua. I know she's a lady. In fact, I know her personal. I've interacted with her in so many other engagements. So I really know her very, very well.
So please refer to her as she. Proceed.
Yeah, that is sometimes just a slip of tongue.
It's okay,
But you always I've just said from the beginning that Madam Flora Mutua.
Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just found that she has the capability and the academic requirement which is required to hold for this position. I just have one thing which I need to request from her. You know, the Public Service Commission is entitled in job recruitment. Many times we see job recruitment being advertised. But my request is to ensure that anytime they do this recruitment, they need to ensure that we have the face of Kenya. They need to employ equity. They also need to consider the affirmative action groups. That is the women, the youth, and person with disability. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Ms. Mbogo, and you have been very strong on that candidate. Let's hear from Karoli Omondi. Yes, I can see you have keyed in here. Okay. Honorable members. Honorable members, there being no further interest in this particular one, I proceed to put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua as a member of the Public Service Commission. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the corner opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, special motion. Consideration of a nominee for appointment to the Independent Policing Oversight Authority.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a chairperson of Independent Policing Oversight Authority, laid on the table of the House on the 18th Tuesday, August 2026, and pursuant to the to the provision of Article 250 2B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approved the appointment of Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang as the chairperson of Independent and Policing Authority. Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the National Assembly of the said committee, that's on administration and internal security, on the approval hearing of the said chairperson of the board of the Independent Policing Authority and pursuant to the provision of Article 250B, as earlier read, of Duncan Oburo Ojwang. The Honorable Speaker, you did communicate to the House on Thursday, 30th July 2026, conveying the message from the President to the House, indicating the nomination of the person to the board of the Independent Policing Authority, subject to the approval by the National Assembly. Subsequently, Honorable Speaker, the message from the President contained the nominees' curriculum vitae, which was referred to the committee to undertake the approval hearing, as according to the already stated section and the standing orders. And Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution and Section 6, 3, and 4 of the Public Appointment, and the Standing Order 45.3 of the National Assembly, the Clerk of the National Assembly notified the nominee and of the place an advertisement in the local dailies on the Friday 31st July 2026, inviting the public submission of a memoranda by the way of written statement on oath or affidavit on the stability of the nominee. And by the time of approval hearing, Honorable Speaker, the committee did not receive any memoranda to object to appointment of the said candidate. Honorable Speaker, on the 12th of August 2026, the nominee appeared before the committee for the approval hearing to have the committee consider his stability based on the criteria which was set out in Section 7 of the Public Appointment and Parliamentary Approval Act as per the constitutional and statutory requirement relating to the office in question, which is the chairman of IPOA, which is clearly stated that to be the chairman of IPOA, you must qualify to be the judge of High Court. And there is the qualification and requirement therein in the Constitution for the said office. The committee examined the nominee academic credentials, the relevant provisional trainings, the work experience, the knowledge of the sector issues, and the personal integrity in accordance with the Section 6, 7, and 8 of the Public Appointment Act. Honorable Speaker, during the approval hearing, Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the nominee duly filled questionnaires, the curriculum vitae, the candidate academic credentials, professional training and experience, the personal integrity, and the background report from relevant authorities, which was submitted to the committee before the candidate appeared. And this also includes, Honorable Speaker, for record, the report from relevant government agencies to include ESCC, the KRA, HELB, that is the Education Loan Board, the DCI, and CRB, and the ORPPP, which, Honorable Speaker, there is no report that indicated otherwise, that the nominee was not fitted for the job. Honorable Speaker, during the cross-examination and the approval hearing, the committees made several observations through the cross-examination and submission by the candidate. Among them, it was, Honorable Speaker, noted that the nominee, one Duncan Ojwang, is a PhD holder in law, Honorable Speaker. He has got a master's in law and a bachelor's degree in art, all from America. Several from Illinois universities and the rest in the United States of America. The nominee made the qualification for appointment as a judge of the High Court of Kenya, which is a prerequisite requirement to be the chairman of IPOA. which is, Honorable Speaker, you must be, the Constitution is clear to be a judge of High Court. It has got clear guideline. One, you must be an advocate of High Court or with 10 years experience, or be an academic, a scholar. And our candidate here is a scholar by excellence, an academia, with an experience spanning more than 15 years. As we are clearly seen here, he has taught in several universities, both locally and abroad, and several publications, Honorable Speaker. The nominee, as I had earlier indicated, Honorable Speaker, is a legal practitioner of over 12 years and is a member of the American Bar Association. He's actually, we did ask probably why probably he does not have a practicing license, but he did indicate to the committee that he was so much interested in research and area of academia, which he actually managed to demonstrate so. He has extensively written several articles in regards to law. Honorable Speaker, the nominee until recently was a director Constitutional Commission and an independent office liaison in the office of the Deputy President. He was also a member of the Nairobi River Commission and Kenya Power Board. He actually participated in NADCO and BBR processes. The very famous NADCO report, Honorable Speaker, which we did consider in this House. The candidate here was an active member of NADCO and participated extensively in what also landed in this House. The nominee is conversant with the constitutional law and human rights and has taught for over 12 years in the University of Nairobi, African Authority University, and has got 12 publications under his name. I had also mentioned, Honorable Speaker, it was so interesting. I had also learned, or we were informed that the candidate participated in pursuit of the very famous, or rather infamous, Kedong land issue, which is, it went even to African Human Rights Union Commission, which later established that the lands belonged to the Kekonyokie of the Maa subclan. During the approval hearing, the nominee experienced knowledge in matters relating to research. I'd told you the candidate is a researcher par excellence, and he had managed to demonstrate so. He's a human right and a Bill of Rights, and has got skill required in the legal field that meet the eligibility criteria for appointment as the chairperson of IPOA, which had also, Honorable Speaker, earlier had mentioned that the IPOA Act, together read with the requirement, the Constitution on requirement of the Judge of High Court, the candidate well fitted into that criteria and requirement. The nominee made requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, having obtained clearance from the relevant authority, I had mentioned earlier, EACC, ODPP, KRA, and the DCI. The nominee has never been dismissed from office for contravening of the provision of Article 75(1) or has got any conflict of interest or financial probity and restriction of state officers, and is not a dual citizen, is a Kenyan. The nominee has necessary experience, Honorable Speaker, qualification to hold the office, the said office, according to the Act, IPOA Act Cap 86. Honorable Speaker, based on the observation made and what I've already indicated and stated here clearly, Honorable Speaker, the nominee convinced the committee that he's fit for the job and is the right man for the position of the chair and will more properly fit into the shoes of his predecessor, one is as a cousin, who has since been appointed the Judge of Court of Appeal. And I can assure the House and the country that we have the right candidate for that job. And he will be coming, of course, with a job well cut out for him if this House approves. and he had demonstrated to be a great team leader and the person that the IPOA and the country need for this position, Honorable Speaker. Based on foresaid, Honorable Speaker, and the committee observation, the committee recommend that this House approve the nomination of Duncan Oburu Ojwang for appointment as a chairperson of Independent Oversight Authority. With this, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I request Honorable Kapondi to second.
Honorable Kapondi.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the said Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang is a distinguished scholar. He's an academic, he's a man of integrity, he has a necessary experience, and for that, it is clear that he has all the requisite requirements for the appointment into this office. Mr. Speaker, IPO is a very critical institution in this country. And without a substantive chairman, as we head into elections, it is important that we have a substantive chair that would rein in, would oversight effectively the conduct of police officers, because some could become overzealous as we move into elections. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, this Duncan, as he appeared before the committee, there is no doubt that he fits the bill. He has all that is required to push the work of oversight in IPOA into what is required. So, Mr. Speaker, without much ado, because my chair has said it all in terms of the qualities that Dr. Duncan has, we urge the House, without any reservation, to give approval to this distinguished son from the lake. And with those very few remarks, and Mr. Speaker, I wish to second.
Very well, honorable members. I proceed to propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang as the chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. Yes, I think Karoli Omondi was fast on this one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've been struggling to go through the report to have clear understanding as with respect to the qualifications of the gentleman being proposed for chairperson role in the Independent Police Oversight Board. I've looked at the report, and I must confess I don't have the benefit of accessing the full academic qualifications, but I notice certain things on page 21, paragraph 56 of the report of the committee. This gentleman, Duncan Ojwang, graduated in 2006 with a Bachelor of Arts degree from Indiana University. He then graduated 2 years later with Juris Doctor, which is equivalent to Bachelor of Laws, in law from Southern Illinois University in 2008. That is a 2-year period. Even within the US system where Juris Doctor is allowed, and this actually was a creation of the University of Chicago in the early 19th century, that particular program is normally a 3-year full-time program. So I would be curious, I would have loved the committee to explain to us how this was achieved within 2 years instead of the normal 3 years. And I suspect it is because of this particular situation that this gentleman has not been able to access the Kenya School of Law. Because the Kenya School of Law requires a minimum of 3-year degree program, without which you cannot join the Kenya School of Law and qualify to be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. So the report is not helping this House very much to understand whether this gentleman is eminently qualified for the position to which he's proposed. If you go further, Honorable Speaker, this gentleman graduated with a master's degree from University of Indiana University in 2011. He then obtained a PhD degree from the University of Arizona in 2013. Again, a record 2 years. Again, I've not heard of him as one of the intellectual heavyweights like the late Hastings William Okoth Ogendo or Professor Ojwang or those other people. But a degree, a PhD in 2 years, again, is something that the committee should have provided us with more material to try and understand what kind of system this was. So, Mr. Speaker, as a House, I don't think we should proceed until material evidence is provided pertaining to this gentleman's academic qualifications that we can digest and make informed decision. Correct. Going further, Honorable Speaker, the qualifications of being a chairperson of IPOA is that you must have the qualifications of a High Court judge. And one of those important qualifications is impartiality. Impartiality is not just a function that of what you are doing in a particular case. Impartiality is a test of what you can ask a common bystander in the streets. If Karoli Omondi was asked, if you are asked whether Karoli Omondi is partisan in terms of his politics, what would a reasonable bystander say? This gentleman participated in the NADCO fiasco. He was one of the representatives of Kenya Kwanza there. And we all know how NADCO report proposed many illegalities and breaches of the Constitution to this House. This gentleman was a member of President Ruto's team in the election petition of 20...
There's a point of order, and they just follow the rules of the House and debate. Proceed, Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I think, Honorable Speaker, you may not have heard what the Honorable Karoli Omondi is saying of NADCO, which is saying that the nominee participated in the NADCO fiasco. Honorable Speaker, I was a co-chair together with an eminent Kenyan, former Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. We co-chaired the NADCO committee, which was formed pursuant to an agreement between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio la Umoja and passed in a motion by this House. Honorable Speaker, the same report of the NADCO committee was adopted by this House as a report of the House. And Honorable Karoli Omondi says that the NADCO fiasco passed many illegal things without substantiating anything to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, that is very unfair, not just to the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, myself, and the other 10 members of the NADCO committee, but also to this House, and is indeed imputing improper motive on the House. And Honorable Karoli Omondi, Honorable Speaker, must be ruled to be completely out of order, first to be referring to NADCO as a NADCO fiasco, and to also ascertain he may have his opinion, which is just like he has an opinion that any other Luo who is appointed to a position of to serve Kenyans other than him shouldn't warrant. That is why you see you have a problem with John Buddy. he'll have a problem with Duncan
Order,
Ojwang.
Karoli, you will get your chance.
But Luos are Kenyans, like any other Kenyan. And they must
He's on a point
be
of
given
order,
an opportunity
Honorable
to serve the
Wanjala.
Republic
Take
of
your
Kenya.
seat. Take
And
your
therefore,
seat.
Honorable Speaker,
Proceed, leader.
I want to really urge you, Honorable Speaker, that you protect those of our sons and daughters from Luo Nyanza, from the Honorable Karoli Omondi, who has this very high penchant of opposing and belittling every other Luo leader who is proposed to a senior position.
Honorable Wanjala, you are out of
service to
order.
the
He
people of
is on a point of order.
I am on a point of
Take
order,
your
Honorable
seat.
Wanjala.
Take your seat. Proceed, leader.
Honorable Speaker, therefore urging you, Honorable Speaker, to protect our sons and daughters from the Luo nation who get positions, appointive positions, like those of Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, a nominated position like this one we are seeking approval for as chairperson of the Independent Police Oversight Authority, a very important job, Honorable Speaker, for Dr. Duncan Ojwang. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, to find that Honorable Karoli Omondi is completely out of order to be imputing improper motive on the House, following its passage of the NADCO report, on all the members, including the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, former Vice President of this country, a great Kenyan who has served this country for many years, senior counsel, unlike Karoli Omondi, who is not a senior counsel. Senior counsel, you cannot be imputing improper motive on a senior counsel, the level of the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, that he could preside over illegalities, as he had said, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll be contributing, so I'll address the other issues that are untrue that Honorable Karoli Omondi was addressing earlier.
Very well. Honorable Karoli, you may proceed. And as much as possible, let's not deviate to other matters are a sideline of really what you want to discuss. And you are doing very well. I was following you, and I really want to follow what you have to say. Proceed, Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Please allow,
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
allow Karoli to proceed. Proceed, Karoli. Give Karoli the mic.
No, point of order, Honorable Speaker. You seem to be knowing what I want to raise.
Honorable Wanjala.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Karoli, take your seat. No, you must be orderly. Okay. Okay. Honorable Wanjala, that's out of order. Take your seat. Karoli Omondi, proceed with your contributions.
No, but something must be clean, Honorable Speaker.
I will also
Honorable Speaker,
take you out of the House. You want to get some simple sympathy, please take your seat and contribute like an ordinary member, honorable member. Proceed,
Honorable
Karoli.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, you saw at some point I had to close my ears because I cannot take these long lectures. You know, the English have a word called the windbag. Someone who talks for too long without making sense or making any serious contribution. So I had to close my ears because I'm tired of repeated windbags in this House. Anyway, let me proceed. Honorable Speaker, why I'm talking about impartiality. One of the qualifications under our Constitution to be appointed as a judge is that you must be impartial. And that test is the perception that members of the public have over you. And I want to just ask a question. If today, the family of Cecil Ouma, who was shot dead on 30th June 2026 in the vehicle of PS Fikirini Jacobs, or the family of Shadrach Onyango, who was shot dead on 19th May 2026 at Busia Police Station, or the family of Frederick Odhiambo, who was also shot dead on the same day by police, or the family of Dennis Omondi, who was shot dead on 4th of May 2026, or Evans Otieno, who was shot dead on 23rd June 2026, or Michael Olo, who was shot dead on 23rd June 2026, or Eric Otieno, who is missing from July, or Albert Ojwang, whose case is still pending. If you ask those families, do they have faith that Duncan Ojwang can impartially investigate the cases surrounding the deaths, disappearances, or maiming of their family members when this gentleman has been intimately associated with the Kenya Kwanza administration? Their answer will be no. Their answer will be an emphatic no. And I can go on. I have a long list of young people from Luo community who have been abducted, who are missing, who have been maimed, who have been killed. If you ask their families, they will not believe so. And I think we can go further. There's history being repeated here. During the Moise regime...
Yes, Chair, there's a point of order. And be very patient and be orderly. He's very orderly. Proceed,
Thank
Chair.
you, Speaker.
This is a house of rules and order. It's not Budalangi. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I think the subject in discussion here is a candidate for appointment as the chair of IPOA, and we have got nothing to do with the missing person, abduction, and the rest. So I will kindly ask your intervention, Honorable Speaker, you indulgent, that I think we should discuss the subject of the chairman of IPOA, which is the subject before the House.
Very well. Caroli, proceed, but the rules of relevance, proceed and confine yourself to the debate.
Honorable Speaker, the rules of relevance are that we have to determine the impartiality of the candidate. And I've asked a simple question: a reasonable bystander or a member of a family that has been victimized, brutalized, murdered, maimed, or renditioned by the police would not have faith in him. That is the question. So it is part of the debate that we should have in this House. We should even go further and ask ourselves, you know, we have had a history of human rights abuses in this country.
Let's give Honorable...
During the time of President Moi...
Order. Take your seat. There's a point of order from Honorable... that's Nyakach. Proceed.
Chair, I would want to concur with the point of order which was raised by my chair, because the issue for determination is the suitability of Dr. Ojwang for this particular job. And the issue of Albert Ojwang has no relevance on this. I would want to discourage my very good friend and colleague Carol Omondi from that. We know that the issue of Albert Ojwang is res sub judice, and there are pending criminal proceedings in court. So that has got nothing to do with this matter, which is before the House.
Very well, Honorable Duma. War. Yes, Chair.
I think it's on record. We did indicate that actually the candidate is an expert in human rights issues, which I'm sure in the context of even what Mheshimiwa Carol is trying to insinuate is actually proper for the same position. And he didn't listen, he didn't interview, he didn't interrogate the candidate. The committee did. And a committee of the 15 members, Honorable Speaker. And you know them, they're representing both, every part of this country and every ethnicity. And I want to say without doubt, Honorable Speaker, this is the right candidate for the said job.
No, order.
The issue of the
order,
grades,
Chair.
Yes.
You will have the entire privilege to reply. So on that one, I'll make you sit. But let me hear the point of order from leader.
Honorable Speaker, mine is a reminder that I rose on standing order 87, 3 and 4, on imputing improper motive. And I did indicate, as much as Caroli says he can close his ears, you can even close your mouth and your nostrils and your eyes. But I am a stickler to rules and procedures of this House. And when any member imputes improper motive on either the person of a former member of this House, like the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, the co-chair of NADCO, or myself as a co-chair of NADCO, or the 8 other members of parliament, including honorable senators, like Senator Okongo Omogeni, as senior counsel, I have a duty and a responsibility to protect those members, and I will protect them. Whether the Honorable Caroli Omondi closes his ears, his nostrils, his mouth, his eyes, I don't care. But Honorable Speaker, I must beseech you in your position as the protector of the dignity of sitting and former members of this House to protect them from the vulgarities that you hear from the Honorable Karoli Omondi. And he did indicate that this nominee was involved in what he described as the NADCO fiasco. He further said that NADCO had illegalities. That NADCO report was passed by this House, which I have just confirmed from the Hansard, the Honorable Karoli Omondi supported and passed as a member of this House. But he cannot stand in his place and impute improper motive on all the other 348 members because suddenly he has become more intelligent than even senior counsels like Alonzo Musyoka, than senior counsel Okongo Omogeni, senator, and all the other eminent men and women who served this country under the NADCO committee. Honorable Speaker, I want to beseech that you do find the Honorable Karoli Omondi. He either withdraws that reference to NADCO as a fiasco and the vulgarities that he described the ongoings within NADCO with, or you take action, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Karoli, just take your seat. House of Rules, Order. I refer to Standing Order 87, which you can also refer to from where you are. It shall be out of order to introduce an argument or any other specific question upon which the House has taken a decision during the same session or earlier, except upon a motion to rescind that decision made with the permission of the Speaker. It shall be out of order to use offensive, insulting language, whether in respect of members of the House or other persons. And finally, on 4, no member shall impute improper motive to any other member or to a senator except upon specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given, calling in question the conduct of that member or senator. So I advise you to do the good work you are doing to prosecute your question, and to the extent that you want to drag the House, which respectfully you sit in matters of that nature, you need to quickly get over that by apologizing and continue. You are doing a good job. Proceed.
Let us be a little factual. I'm glad you've read it out loud so the entire country has heard you. In this House, I have freedom of speech guaranteed by the Constitution and by our standing orders, and a freedom of my opinion. The word fiasco implies that something has failed, that something has failed. So when I say the NADCO report is a failure, that's my opinion. You can't take it away from me. It is my opinion, and it is part of my freedom of speech in this House, and under the House rules, under the parliamentary powers and privileges, and under our standing orders. So you cannot have a different opinion from mine. What is offensive about saying something has failed? What has been implemented about NADCO report? In the first place, the NADCO report recommends the establishment of the Office of Leader of Opposition, which by itself is unconstitutional, because our Constitution recognizes minority and majority sides in the House. There's no room for leader of opposition. So that is an illegality, and we can go and seek an interpretation.
Honorable Karoli, proceed and pursue what you are, because you are now going to other debates that were not part of this, and you are actually consuming your time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me proceed. As I was saying, in the history of this country, we have had a time when the Luo people have been put in charge of the police and security sector.
Yes,
with
what's
the
out
sole
of
objective.
Order? Karoli, take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, we are a house of rules, and there is a reason why this house is described as a house of rules and procedures. Honorable Speaker, you did advise the Honorable Karoli Omondi to apologize and move on. And he now makes it worse by saying that describing NADCO as a fiasco is his opinion. So what, Honorable Speaker, I dare beg the question. If I describe the Honorable Karoli Omondi as overly arrogant and stupid, would I say that that is my opinion and I'm
Leader.
justified to that? It is not, because it is abusive, offensive
I hope-
language
I hope
against
that's
our
an
own standing
example.
orders. Honorable Speaker, you had given very proper directives to Honorable Karoli Omondi. He cannot now stand in his place and say it is now my opinion. What if now tomorrow I come and describe a member as stupid, as illiterate, yeah? And therefore, yes. I can read for you, if you can't read.
Very well.
And I'll read. Honorable Speaker, a fiasco is a total embarrassing failure or disaster. And that is a report of this House. We cannot describe a report of this House as a total embarrassing failure or disaster, presided over by 348 of us, because in Honorable Karoli Omondi's opinion, he is the most intelligent, he is the only one who knows, yet the same Karoli Omondi voted in this House for that report. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, you have heard now Honorable Karoli Omondi saying kwenda huko. This is a level of maturity, Honorable Speaker. I am begging the Honorable Karoli Omondi to exercise as a grown man, as a member of this House, somebody who is referred to out there as Honorable Karoli Omondi. And that's why I said, Honorable Speaker, it can be, in my opinion, that Karoli Omondi is stupid, but I can't use that language here. I cannot. I can say it out there in rallies and in funerals, but not on the floor of this House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if Honorable Karoli cannot stand in his place and apologize to the House, then you must rule him to be out of order and get him to funerals where he can go and insult people, not here.
Very well. Honorable Martha, on the same. Yeah, he's done. He's wasted his time. He got into, but I think he's also very well advised. He's a very good legislator. If he stuck to his notes, he would be smart. Proceed, Martha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to just support the report by the committee. And I know the suitability, the chairman will address some of the issues that have been raised in terms of suitability, and I know they have done a lot of it. I see the report, they have gone through the qualifications, and for them to find it fit to get to the floor. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to not only just speak about the candidate for IPOA, but also speak to the mandate of IPOA. Mr. Speaker, this nomination and appointment is coming at a very crucial time in our political landscape, Mr. Speaker. And I was just looking at the website of IPOA, and Mr. Speaker, they have some live updates of how many cases have actually been filed at IPOA. About 35,000 complaints so far, Mr. Speaker, have been filed against several officers, Mr. Speaker. That tells you there is a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. Out of the 35,000 cases or complaints, about 5,000 have been investigated. So that tells you they have investigated about 15%. Mr. Speaker, the ones that have gone to convictions are 47, which is quite a small number, because the ones pending after going to DPP is about 8. It's about 800, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying these statistics so that we also appreciate the work that is happening. And Mr. Speaker, we also appreciate that elections and where we are headed as a country is also very worrying. And I say that because political intolerance is getting to an all-time high, not just against civilians, but also against the police officers. Mr. Speaker, the madness and the attacks that were in HOMA Bay, Mr. Speaker, left one policeman dead. So this IPOA must also work together with the ministry and the IG so that we also protect not just civilians, but also protect the policemen. Because, Mr. Speaker, they were not voting. The policemen were there to protect and keep peace, Mr. Speaker, but they were caught in the crossfire. Mr. Speaker, during the Olkalau elections, there was a situation in my constituency at Pembroke area where there was an attack to vehicles attacked by masked men, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we must get to a point as a country where we ask ourselves, if it is not the police that are lobbying tear gas, if it is not the police that have guns, why would civilians have tear gas canisters? Why would civilians have guns, Mr. Speaker? The people of Shokereria in my constituency were brutalized for no reason, because we didn't have a by-election. The only mistake they did is to be a neighbor to all Kalau. And Mr. Speaker, even today, they are still being threatened. Like, you're the one who recorded that video, you are the one who was first on site. So there is a bigger issue, Mr. Speaker, even as we approve this and propose that we approve this chair, that they have a bigger mandate, even as we head to the election, because it is getting worse. Mr. Speaker, we must see more convictions, because if you're a police officer and your gun is used by a goon or by someone who is not licensed, then there should be consequences. If you're a police officer and you have been assigned canisters of tear gas, how are they getting to the hands of civilians? Mr. Speaker, we must get consequences being meted out. Otherwise, it will become business as usual. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that as a woman in politics, that violence makes more women shy from even running for office, Mr. Speaker, because they are threatened, they are feared because they are not able to have goons and have this organization that we are seeing for political violence. So there's a bigger issue to address. And I'm saying that because the committee that is in charge of this motion is also the committee that is in charge to oversight the Inspector General of Police. Mr. Speaker, if we do not act on this violence, we shall have a bigger consequence come next election, and it is getting out of hand, Mr. Speaker. We should see more action being taken, not just against civilians, but also against policemen or women who have been involved in these scenarios. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee and also support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Naomi Wako, the Honorable Adumo War,
Chair, I also rise to support the motion. And Chair, if you look at the credentials of the appointee and the issues going, I think the appointment has come, the motion has come at a critical time. Chair, there would be need to look at both sides of the coin, looking at what is transpiring around the country. We have seen that we've also gotten many of our officers also falling victims to violence. Like I'm aware that in HOMA Bay, we lost 1 or 2 police officers. There are civilians who also suffered. And I think this appointment and the appointee is a very qualified Kenyan. So I support that we support and pass him so that he could discharge his duties diligently. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Duma. Oh, yes, let's hear now Honorable Anjala. I hope you are now orderly.
Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief. Just to follow up, I've just been reading the credentials of this gentleman, and indeed I also doubt. But Honorable Speaker, for you to become a judge in Kenya, for you to become a lawyer, a practicing lawyer in Kenya, you must have gone through Kenya School of Law. It is showing nowhere that this guy went to Kenya School of Law. So how does he become equivalent of a judge of a high court, and he didn't go through a Kenya School of Law, and he has never even practiced in Kenya? So, Honorable Speaker, the committee that dealt with this issue, I think we might have given it to a wrong committee. This was supposed possibly to be dealt with a committee of justice so that they understand these things. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You don't need to cry on a point of order. I think the chair will be having enough time to reply. What is it, Honorable Duma?
Chair, I want to be clear to my colleague that I'm an advocate of the High Court of about 3 decades standing, Chair. And I passed through the Council of Legal Education at the Kenya School of Law. And I want to inform my colleague that it is not mandatory that you must be at the School of Law, but the council has got the obligation, they can clear you. So not everybody, we've had very many prominent lawyers who never even went through formal university education, and yet they are prominent lawyers like Paul Mwite. We also have somebody like Tim Njugi, We had the late Mzee Joshua Nyamori. Those are very prominent lawyers in this country. So the discretion is within. And Mr. Speaker, if you can recall, you've seen in the past members of the Queen's Council coming to represent Clans Council. And you've also seen members of the American Bar Association coming and getting the right of audience in Kenya. So we went through this report, and I think the candidate was actually granted permission because he's a long-standing scholar, and it was within the need.
No, you're out of order. You had finished.
Let me
Put
just
off
say,
that mic, and clerk, put off that mic, clerks.
let
Order,
it.
order. The clerks. Switch off that mic.
But actually,
Order. Honorable Anjala, you had actually finished your speak. And I'm disappointed a little bit with the table. Honorable Anjala had submitted and finished. The point of information came much later. So being this a house of rules and order, he had no another opportunity to speak to this. But whichever way we have heard you, but you also notice, Wanjala, you are now swimming to deep waters, given the reply you got. So without much ado, let me bring Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, who is the new party leader, to speak to this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to contribute. And from the onset, IPOA is a very critical institution in our country, and especially when it comes to the oversight of the security organs. But it is important, Honorable Speaker, to look at why there should be a lot of seriousness when it comes to security matters in this country. Honorable Speaker, what we call a country, Kenya, is just the boundaries. It's just about the landmass of Kenya. That is what we call the country of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, what we call the Republic of Kenya is after our independence. That is self-governance. But there are some other critical areas we must always be very keen about. One being the nation. That, Honorable Speaker, even as we talk about geographically as a country called Kenya, it is also important for us to be a nation called Kenya. And a nation can only be called a nation when there is homogeneity of the people, how they look at things, how they share culture, how they have shared values, so that we are one united country called Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, I am saying that as I build up on the last two. The last two, one is called the government of Kenya. And the final one is the state of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, over the time, we have seen clearly that there is a mishap and there is a breakdown in the last two, and especially when it comes to the security of the people of Kenya. The government is failing the people, and the state machinery and the state institutions are failing the people of Kenya. The kind of anarchy we are seeing in political gatherings, Honorable Speaker, and especially the last one being HOMA, is unpalatable, and there is no Kenyan that can continue to condone that. Honorable Speaker, for a modern state to function properly, there are three things we must always have in mind. One of them is the rule of law. The rule of law where everyone and every person obeys that law, Honorable Speaker, and it is enforced through the judiciary. The second one, Honorable Speaker, is accountability through democracy. The reason why we come here to make laws as representatives of the people is because, Honorable Speaker, we are doing it on behalf. We are doing it on behalf of the people. And the last one is the modern state institutions.
Order. There's a point of order from Honorable Kapondi. What's your point of order?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, going by the mood of the House, could the mover be called to reply? Because more or less, there is a mood already in the House.
Honorable Kapondi.
Yes.
We have heard you, but allow Honorable Ndindi Nyoro to finish. Yes, what's your point of order, leader?
You know, Honorable Speaker, I am also waiting to contribute. So I do not know which mood this the Honorable Kapondi is reading, what mood this is. And Honorable Kapondi must realize that he is interrupting the newest party leader in the country. And he must respect party leaders. He might be his party leader. And he should allow the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, the party leader of his party, I don't remember the name, to finish his very good contribution. He had a very good contribution. And we must protect the rights of the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro to speak in this House. I know he is being stopped from speaking elsewhere, but in this House, we must protect him. He must speak.
Honorable Speaker, proceed.
Before I continue, and with all due respect to my to a member of parliament for Kikuyu, I said the other day that I am willing to accept all the congratulatory messages from all Kenyans, but you must leave the Uhuru Party first. You denounce it so that Kenyans can accept your congratulatory messages. You first leave the government that is offering insecurity to the people. Honorable Speaker, we now have a government, instead of offering security to the Kenyan people in meetings, like the one we had in HOMA Bay, it is the government paying goons, Honorable Speaker, to dismantle the Kenyan people, Honorable Speaker. And this is the reason why I want to, say, Honorable Speaker, that any member of parliament.
I can see that's attracting a lot of attention. But I really want to advise Ndindi, party leader, that you are doing very well. And you are a good debater. And you are getting distracted and falling into the trap of distraction. What's your point of order, Honorable Member? Give her the mic.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Ndindi has just walked in. Maybe he doesn't know what we are discussing now. We are not discussing HOMA Bay. The discussion that is ongoing is nothing to do with HOMA Bay. So I kindly request you to desist. And if you want to discuss HOMA Bay, then table something here, we discuss HOMA Bay. But you can't just speak about insecurity in HOMA Bay, insecurity in HOMA Bay. You are not even there to start with. So what are you telling the House here? HOMA Bay is a peaceful county. We are neighbors with HOMA Bay. We've never had such events until your brothers from the other side of, I don't know where, came and brought their goons there. So leave HOMA Bay out of this discussion.
Okay. Honorable Ndindi. Honorable Ndindi, proceed with your discussion.
You are a very good speaker, Honorable Speaker, and it is very clear to the members of the citizens of Kenya who elected Honorable Fatuma that even beyond knowing the rules of this House, it seems she actually never even attended the orientation, because she could have known that I have liberty to debate the way I want, Honorable Speaker, as far as I'm within the confines of the debate. It is important, Honorable Speaker, for members of parliament, even if you have no content to contribute, at the very least, attend the orientation so that you don't embarrass yourself to the people of Kenya who are watching. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, that I want to finish with, one, Honorable Speaker, is that for a good, functional, modern state to function, there are three important things that are very important, Honorable Speaker. One is the rule of law. Second is the accountability through democracy. But, Honorable Speaker, also number three is strong institutions of the state. And the reason I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, all Kenyans try to live very harmoniously. So we are a very good nation, and especially where us as politicians are not exploiting the systems that exist. But, Honorable Speaker, what is failing miserably in this country is the guarantee the people of Kenya should have when it comes to the government offering security, the basic of government, Honorable Speaker, to the people of Kenya. The government, the state has failed Kenya's, Honorable Speaker, and I hope IPOA will step up its course, Honorable Speaker, so that we continue, and especially to give Kenyans security as they interact with each other, as they attend meetings, and the government must stop meting violence to the Kenyan people and instead protect them and honor them, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Very well. Leader.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin by supporting this motion for the approval of Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang to IPOA. And Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Public Officers Appointments Act, anyone who has taken time to read this report and the vetting that this gentleman went through will bear me witness that Dr. Duncan Ojwang warrants this job. I have listened to some of our colleagues, including the Honorable Dindi Nyoro, the member for Kiharu, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, to try and listen whether there is anything they are contributing towards the suitability or otherwise of Honorable Duncan Ojwang. But all I've heard is a lot of political talk for the gallery, except Honorable Karoli Omondi, who attempted to raise issues concerning the qualifications of the good Dr. Duncan Ojwang. Unfortunately, Honorable Karoli Omondi was just flipping through this report today. He had not read it. Because had he read it, he would have seen that in the report, there is a letter dated 6 June 2022, which was an application for exemption under Section 13, subsection 1 and 2 of the Advocates Act, Cap 16, the laws of Kenya, that gave the exemption that I have heard some of us raise from the Council for Legal Education. Following that is a Commission of University Education, again on recognition of qualifications of Duncan Oburu Ojwang, on his Masters of Laws degree, on his Bachelor of Arts degree. Therefore, that's what, Honorable Speaker, I was saying to my good brother, the member for Homa Bay, not Gwasi, I've forgotten, Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi. It is not fair that every other person from Luo Nyanza who gets an appointed position, you fight them. And no, Honorable Karoli Omondi is 20 years senior in age to Dr. Ojwang. And therefore, we cannot believe that Dr. Ojwang has a doctorate in law when he's 20 years his junior. Because this gentleman, you can see, was born in June of 1979. The people of Suba know when their member of parliament was born. Let us respect other people as young as they are. You know, my good friend, the member for Kiharu, is my junior. He's younger than me in age. But I respect him as a leader. And I respect him even now as someone who is mark timing practicing to become a party leader. Because that is his democratic choice and right. And I must protect his democratic rights, just like I will protect those of the Honorable Duncan Ojwang. That's why I said when I listened to my good friend, Honorable Dindi Nyoro, I've heard a lot of things he has said that have nothing to do with the matter before the House on the appointment of Duncan Ojwang as the chairperson of IPOA. IPOA is one very important institution in our country. And I was telling somebody yesterday, Honorable Speaker, when Ojwang, the young man who was killed at Central Police Station, was killed last year, when the other young man from Muranga, I can't remember his name, I think it was Muhe or someone, was shot by a police officer outside a shop on Moi Avenue. If we do not have institutions that work like IPOA, the families of those people would never find justice. That is why the crafters of this constitution ensured that we had such institutions that would provide independent oversight over our police authorities. Because the police could have the temptation to cover up for each other. 2 weeks ago, Honorable Speaker, we had the arrest of police officers who are involved in murder. Yet police officers are the people who ought to be protecting Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we cannot pretend that we live in a society where we do not have criminals. We live in a society full of criminals. And even within the police force, there will be a few rotten apples. But what distinguishes us on whether we are a working or a functional system of governance and a failed state is the consequences of what follows when officers of law, like policemen and women, breach the same law they ought to be enforcing and protecting us on. Honorable Speaker, when Ojwang was killed, when that other young man was shot, we saw those families get justice by getting those people to court, and IPOA was active. That is why we need people who have the kind of qualifications we see in the nominee, Duncan Ojwang. With his immense work, Honorable Speaker, and I know he's also been a teacher of law at a number of our universities, and especially in the field of human rights. And again, for those who have cared to read this report, you see Duncan Ojwang's work in the field of human rights. This is the right nominee for this job. Honorable Speaker, IPOA does not just police the police, but it protects the rights of many, many other Kenyans, millions of Kenyans, including us politicians, Honorable Speaker. We are talking about insecurity. We are talking about goons today. In everybody's mouth, we hear about goons. But I have been here, Honorable Speaker, and we've all been here when the Minister for Security stood here. And he told us that these goons belong to you people here. And we know it. Leaders in this country. Honorable Speaker, just before the All Kalau by-elections in All Kalau, leaflets were circulated and dropped at the doorsteps of people who are mobilizers and campaigners for the UDA candidate. And they were being warned against campaigning for UDA and its candidate in All Kalau. Their doors, their gates, those who have gates, those who didn't have gates, their doors were all marked with an X in red, with red paint. Reminiscent of the days of King Herod and the time of Jesus Christ. I do not want to be blasphemous and say the UDA candidate was like Jesus, baby Jesus. But we saw the reincarnation of the Herod spirit. That King Herod spirit, Honorable Speaker, is what you are seeing in some parts of our country, Honorable Speaker, when young leaders like the member for Kiharu exercise their democratic rights. But those who are older than them, we want to shut him up because we think that the reincarnation of that King Herod spirit.
Order, leader. Please, whenever you want a point of order, please state point of order. Don't stand and carry up your hand, but let's give you a chance. What is it?
Honorable
Is it on
Speaker,
a point of order?
I just wish to
Is it
request
on a point of order?
my brother, Honorable Ishongwa, to desist from referring to me because I do not want to bring these issues of politics in this house. Let them deal with their matters as the wheelbarrow failed government of UDA. Let them leave us alone as opposition. We know how to deal with our matters, Honorable Speaker, because I don't want this characterization, Honorable Speaker, which may send inaccurate signals, Honorable Speaker, to the people of Kenya. I know how to deal with my matters. I'll deal with them. I do not need any kind of protection from the members of this House, Honorable Speaker, and especially those who still believe to the failed government of UDA.
We have heard you, and please, leader.
That was not a point of order, Honorable Speaker, so I have no time to respond to it.
Proceed.
But I must say what I have to say, Honorable Speaker. And of course, I do not need anybody's guidance to say what I have to say. Because I have the freedom of speech and references. The Honorable Dindi Nyoro has referred to me when he was speaking. I had no feelings. I had no tempers. I had no anger. So I'll just beseech him to relax and allow me to have my say. I am not King Herod. I do not have the Herod spirit in me. I want to encourage younger leaders because they are our future in our country. And we must not sit in our place and believe that we are the greatest of all times, what the younger ones call the GOAT. I appreciate every leader in their place, including the member for Kiharu. And I must appreciate him. And I must protect his rights, just like I will protect the rights of the member for Magarini, Mwalimu Harrison Kombe, or the member for Budalangi, the chairperson of the implementation committee. I must protect them. Just like... Honorable Speaker, I'm laughing because the member for Kiharu is telling me something in vernacular.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, leader. Proceed, leader, in English.
The member for Kiharu is my good friend, so I will leave it there. Because what he has told me in vernacular, I have to leave it there. But Honorable Speaker, I have to say, when we accuse others of failing, let us also look inward. When I say that government has failed, I am still serving that government. When I say the wheelbarrow party has failed, and encourage another member to leave the wheelbarrow party, and you are still a member of that wheelbarrow party, if you are man enough, you know what to do. Baba showed us when he was member for Langata. Baba showed us what you do. If you don't believe in a particular political party, simply leave that political party, go back to your people, seek their new mandate. But you cannot have your cake and eat it at the same time. It is being dishonest. It's actually against chapter 6 of the Constitution. You cannot continue enjoying the powers and privileges that you enjoy as a member of a political party, then go ahead and claim, oh, it has failed, because you want to speak to the gallery out there. Then you want to shut me up, not to say, tell the people who you are. I will tell the world who you are. Just like you have the liberty to tell the world who I am. So relax. Don't be angry. If you get too angry, you will get the Herod spirit reincarnate in you, like the Herod spirit is reincarnating in the elder leaders who ought to be guiding our younger leaders. We must protect everybody, Honorable Speaker. Just like IPOA will protect the rights of each and every Kenyan and ensure that those who are serving us, the men and women in blue, of our police officers serving in our security agencies, are also treated fairly, Honorable Speaker, because they are also our children. They are our sons and daughters. We recruit them. When the National Police Service Commission recruits them, we encourage our constituents to join this force. We must never look at the men and women in blue as enemies of the people of Kenya. When there is one rotten apple, we must have IPOA to deal with them. And I must encourage IPOA to continue with the great work they are doing, ensuring that anybody who within the police service does anything that is against the law, action is taken and taken expeditiously, Honorable Speaker, like they have done in the recent past, so that Kenyans may believe in functional systems, functional institutions, as were created in our Constitution. And when that happens, Honorable Speaker, we cannot say our country is failing. Our country is on the right path, Honorable Speaker. And those who care to listen, those who watched the health summit yesterday, and they can watch the other summits that will be coming even on the education sector. Those who watched the health summit yesterday can bear as witness that even those who are shouting out there that SHA, SHE, SHE, SHO, SHU, you remember that's what they were describing it and saying SHA does not work. Now today they coil their tails in embarrassment because in every corner of Kenya, there are Kenyans who testify how SHA has helped them to settle their medical issues. And the journey continues, Honorable Speaker. Those who are telling us not to advise them on how to run opposition politics, we have no business advising anyone on opposition politics. Our business is governing to improve the lives of the people of Kenya, and we shall do it without shame, without fear, or without being intimidated by those who have the spirit of Herod. And I'll finish by saying, may the spirit of Herod.
Chair, lastly, Chair, there were many gray areas that seemed to emerge. Could you have any clarifications before I put the question? Chair. Yeah, you really wanted to speak to this.
The speaker need to clarify.
Do you have any clarifications?
I
Chair?
can do it during the reply, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, I want to really commend a good discussion by the House, including those who supported and those probably who had got a different view and opinion. It's their democracy. But Honorable Speaker, as I had earlier indicated from the report and observation from the committee, which had unanimously, Honorable Speaker, approved the candidate, I want for record to make it clear, Honorable Speaker, in regards to the issue of the certificate or, of course, of the candidate being an advocate of High Court, it was an issue that we were so keen to address. We had even the panel having already written to the IG, and we had a letter even in the report from the IG, making clarification on the same. That it is not a must that you must be a practicing lawyer or an advocate of High Court in this matter. There are several channels or pathways to that effect, Honorable Speaker. One, of course, being an advocate of High Court, and the other one is being an academia. And we had established, Honorable Speaker, in our report, that our candidate is an academia and a researcher of law. Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, and for the doubting Thomases, Honorable Speaker, I want just to actually remind the House that the candidate was a dean, the senior lecturer in the University of Nairobi. And there is no way, we know, of course, the University of Nairobi is a center of excellence. He would not have been a dean if in any way there were doubt to his qualification, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue that was raised by Karoli on regards why it was 2 years, it is clear from the testimony of Honorable Speaker that the candidate did a first degree and PhD in 2.5 years because of the full time and taking extra credit, which was being offered by the universities. And being a dean of law, the lawyers in the House knows very clearly, in a university renowned and prestigious as the University of Nairobi, is no doubt, Honorable Speaker, that the university had established the credentials and the qualification of our candidate. Honorable Speaker, we had also seen that there's already a letter from Honorable Speaker, the Council of Legal Education, which the candidate had been written to have it exempted, which was equally read by the leader of majority. And Honorable Speaker, we had also indicated earlier that the candidate, he has done a lot and extensive research and is a practicing human rights lawyer, which fit into the context actually of the chairman of IPOA, considering the function and the mandate of IPOA, Honorable Speaker. And more interestingly and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, considering that the country is going into election 2027, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to also, as my good friend Aduma had said, who is a respected lawyer in this country, in fact, during the approval hearing, He was the first one who raised that issue. And we did research, we did inquire, we did a thorough background to establish and confirm that the candidate we are bringing to this house is qualified, the Honorable Speaker, to be the chair of IPOA. And I want to confirm to the House and the country that we have the right candidate for the job before the House, Honorable Speaker. With this, Honorable Speaker, I want to say to appreciate the contribution of the members and commend them for supporting this candidate. And Honorable Speaker, I had also said earlier during my moving that Honorable Speaker, the candidate established that he's a team leader. And he has done that through participation even in the NADCO, which actually was debated and approved and passed in this House, Honorable Speaker. With this, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I beg to reply, Honorable Speaker.
Very
Thank
well,
you.
honorable members. Very nice debate. These are the times when you must arm yourself with not only content, but also research, and be stable in your emotions, because you have to argue your point of view. Have the resilience. I like even what's now going on between Dindi and leader, because just debate. And the canter and banter, like the speaker would put it, will arise, but hold your emotions and debate well. Honorable members, I now proceed to put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy. I'll take it again. Honorable members, I now put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the approval hearing and of a nominee for appointment as chairperson for the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Dr. Duncan Oburu Juang as the chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, Committee of the All House.
Order members, honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole for the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024.
Provisions relating to the Investment Promotion Act, Clause 2.
I propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover, who is the mover? Majority Leader. Who is prosecuting the amendment? Shinali?
Yes.
Chairperson, prosecute the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 2 be part of the bill as amended.
Honorable Shinali, prosecute.
Honorable Speaker.
Prosecute, like Clause 2, be amended as per the order paper. You can go ahead to give your justification on the same.
Honorable Speaker, I propose that Clause 2 be amended as per the order paper. The part addresses registration of foreign investments, hence the amendment, Honorable Chair. The committee proposes deletion of Clause 3, which was providing for accreditation of facilitators for foreign investment, foreign investors.
Very well.
So, Honorable Chair, there was an introduction of facilitators for any foreign investors, which the committee felt that, Honorable Chair, it would introduce in a lot of corruption and confusion.
Maybe just to guide you, Chair, so that we move with speed. Honorable members, kindly furnish yourself with the supplementary order paper where the amendments are listed, so that the mover, you don't have to reread the amendments. You just say as on by the order paper and give your justification. That is very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. If you intend to speak, put intervention. I don't see any. I now put the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 2 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Yeah. Provision relating to the Investment Promotion Act, Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 3 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, the deletion of Section 3 of the Investments Promotion Act, Cap 485, does away with the provision requiring application for investment certificates by local investors. Additionally, the provision made reference to roles of facilitators that are not provided for in the bill.
Very well. Honorable members, these are deletion. I therefore propose the question that Clause 3 be deleted as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that Clause 3 be deleted as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause now, Clause 3 is deleted from the bill, or from the act of the bill. Yes. From the bill, yes.
Provision relating to Investment Promotion Act, Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover. You have an amendment?
Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 4 be part of the bill as per the order paper, to remove reference to the term foreign direct investment, as it is a term that is not defined in the Act, hence creates ambiguity.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that Clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Marianne, are you on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The word direct was being introduced into the bill, yet it had not been defined. So removing that word and leaving just foreign investment, which is similar to what it would define, then gives uniformity to the bill. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I now put the question that Clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Investment Promotion Act, Clause 5.
I propose the question that Clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 5 be part of the bill as proposed as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, there are additional considerations, including utilization of raw materials, supplies, and services, and adoption of value addition in the processing of local, natural, and agricultural resources are very important and should therefore be compulsory considerations. The committee recognizes that the raw materials, supplies, and services may not meet the required standards, hence the amendment.
I therefore propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Investment Promotion Act, clauses 6 and 7.
I propose the question that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Investment Promotion Act, clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 8 be part of the bill as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, the amendment seeks to retain 3 categories. Deletion of the paragraph B seeks to remove duplication in the law, since the proposed new subsection 8:14 is already provided for under section 15 of the Act, which sets out the functions of the authority.
I therefore propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Marianne, on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular proposal seeks to give more opportunities to the Kenyan people. So therefore, the foreign investors, instead of asking for 6 positions for people they are going to bring into this country, we are limiting them to 3, so that all the other positions are given to Kenyans who are qualified, and therefore increasing opportunities for Kenyans, because again, we require transfer of knowledge when these investors come, so transfer of knowledge to Kenyans. Thank you.
I therefore put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Investment Promotion Act, clause 9.
This has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Employment Act, clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Mover. This is being moved by the Chair Labour, Honorable Chonga.
I propose that clause 10...
Your counterpart was just going with the flow, but this one is on your committee.
Yeah, I know.
Take it.
I'm aware. The bill was committed to us, Committee of Labor, and the committee actually made so many recommendations regarding the amendments that are following. And I propose clause 10 be part of the bill as per the order paper. The justification being the definition is sufficient as in the Act. However, the committee recognized modern and emerging work arrangements in which an employee may perform duties on site or off site. Yes, I'm done.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Chair, Labour Committee. I put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the Chair, Labour Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Employment Act, clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Again, Honorable Chonga.
Chair, I propose that clause 11 be part of the bill as per the order paper, and the justification being that the committee proposes to define the term third beneficiary for clarity and certainty of that purpose.
I therefore propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chair Labour Committee. I put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chair Labour Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Occupational Safety and Health Act, clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Again, Honorable Ken Chonga.
12 be part of the bill as per the order paper, and the justification being that the definition is sufficient as in the Act. However, the committee recognizes modern and emerging trends in the labor sector in which an employee may perform duties on-site or off-site. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Chair Labour Committee. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Chair Labour Committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Affordable Housing Act, clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. This is the chairperson, housing, who is holding brief. Majority leader.
Quickly, yes. Oops. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that clause 13 be amended as is provided for in the order paper. A, by deleting paragraph A of that clause, and in B, deleting the proposed definition of socio, physical, and urban infrastructure, and C, inserting the following new definition in the proper alphabetical order. Socio and physical infrastructure means socio or physical amenities, infrastructure, or services necessary for social welfare and the functioning and well-being of the people, and includes urban infrastructure and any other associated social and physical infrastructure necessary to support the well-being of the people. Honorable Speaker, this aligns these definitions to the modern definitions of what would constitute social and physical amenities, so that we are not restrictive in the definitions that are there under the old Housing Act, and therefore realigns the amendment to what ought to be in the current definitions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the majority leader. I now put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the majority leader. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Land Act, clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Who's prosecuting the amendments? Lelmengit.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 14 of the bill be deleted as provided for in the order paper. The justification is the proposal is discriminatory because the proposal only targets purchasers of units of affordable housing and reduces their protection against lenders, contrary to the provisions of Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution that provides that every person has the right to accessible and adequate housing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. These are deletion. I propose the question that clause 14 be deleted as proposed by the Lands Committee. I now put the question that clause 14 be deleted as proposed by the Lands Committee. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Land Act, clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that clause 15 of the bill be deleted as provided for in the order paper. The justification is the proposal is discriminatory because the proposal only targets purchasers of units of affordable housing and reduces their protections against lenders contrary to the provisions of Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution that provides that every person has the right to accessible and adequate housing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. These are deletion. I propose the question that clause 15 be deleted as proposed by the Lands Committee. I put the question that clause 15 be deleted as proposed by the Lands Committee. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 16.
This has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Mover, there is a proposed amendment. Trade.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 17 be amended as per the order paper.
Be deleted, right?
Be deleted as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, including the PS responsible for matters relating to ICT or his representative in the board will increase the board membership to 10, which contravenes the Mwongozo guideline on good governance. The Kenya Bureau of Standards has all standards, including those of ICT, and will therefore aptly execute the role and the State Department would have played in the board.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. I've put amendment because it's only a part that you're deleting, not all of it. I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chair trade. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 18.
This has no amendments. I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Shinali, you have an amendment?
Chair, I propose that clause 19 of the bill be amended by deleting paragraph A and substituting thereof the following new provisions. A, in paragraph B, by deleting the words destruction or alienation and substituting thereof the word disposal. Honorable Chair, the deletion of paragraph A is to address the wrong cross-referencing. The paragraph being amended is 23(1)(b) and not 23(1)(a) as provided in the bill. B, the word disposal as defined in the bill encompasses both destructions and alienations, hence the amendment.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair trade. Keitani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This particular amendment of removing the word destruction or alienation and replacing with the word disposal is actually to align with international standards in terms of when goods have to be destroyed or alienated by using the word disposal, because the word disposal then encompasses any method that will be used, whether to destroy, to alienate, or donate, or do any other. So that is to align our bill to what is internationally provided. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Trade. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Chair. Trade.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 20 and substituting thereof the following new clause. Section 27(1) of the Anti-Counterfeit Act is amended by deleting the paragraph A, substituting thereof the following new paragraph. A, it's ordered by a court to return, release, or otherwise dispose those goods as specified in the order. Provide that in the case of counterfeit goods, such goods shall be disposed at the expense of the local manufacturers or importer, as the case may be, based on the environmental consideration and the capacity of the country to dispose the goods, or shall be reshipped. Honorable Chair, to retain the provision in the law that requires a manufacturer or importer of counterfeit goods to pay any costs incurred in the disposal of those goods.
Very well. I now propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. Trade. I now put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. Trade. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 20 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 21.
This has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Chair. Trade.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 22 of the bill be amended by deleting paragraph A, and B in paragraph B by deleting the expression subsection 4 and substituting thereof the expression subsection 14 by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph B. C, deleting the word agency wherever it appears and substituting thereof the word authority.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the chair. Trade. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 22 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Chair. Trade.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 23 and substituting thereof the following new clause 23. Section 23, Section 35 of the Anti-Counterfeit Act is amended by deleting subsection 2 and substituting thereof the following new subsection 2. A person convicted of offense under section 24, 31, and 32 H, I, J, K, L, M, and N shall be liable for imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or a fine not exceeding 2 million shillings or both. Honorable Chair, this is just for enhancement of clarity.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair trade. I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair trade. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the schedule to the Anti-Counterfeiting Act, clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Chair, trade.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the bill be amended in clause 24 by deleting the word 7 appearing in paragraph B and substituting thereof the word 5. Justification, Honorable Chair, is that getting 2/3 of the membership of the board to transact business may be a challenge and may cause delay in the consideration of business before the board.
I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair trade. I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair trade. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 is amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. Provisions relating to the Business Registration Act, new clause 25.
Mover, move second reading. Who is moving it? Leader, majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that clause 25 be now read a second time.
Very well. You're done?
Yep.
I propose the question that the new clause 25 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 25 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 25 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 25 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Business Registration Act, new clause 26.
Mover, move second reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the new clause 26 be now read a second time.
I propose the question. You're not done?
Whether you want me to speak to the amendments or
No.
just second reading.
You move the second reading of the new clause. Yes, so I propose the question that the new clause 26 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 26 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 26 be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 26 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Companies Act, new clause 27.
Mover to move second reading.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the new clause 27 be now read for the second time.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the new clause 27 be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 27 be read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 27 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Insolvency Act, new clause 28.
Mover. Kindly move.
Thank you, Chairperson. I beg to move that the new clause 28 be now read a second time. Honorable Chairperson, this amendment is to provide that the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters to deal with insolvency shall be the Cabinet Secretary for matters relating to trade, just to enhance the ease of doing business in the country. And even the other clauses, it was just the same clarification that the Cabinet Secretary responsible for business registration services shall be the Cabinet Secretary for matters relating to trade. Again, just to enhance the ease of doing business in the country.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that the new clause 28 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 28 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 28 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of this committee. Mover, would you move reporting? Who's moving the reporting? Majority Leader?
It is the member for Aldai, Honorable Speaker, Chairperson.
Honorable Marianne? No? You are misleading the chair. Who is moving the report?
She is engaging me on matters to do with Aldai.
No, not at this hour.
And on matters to do with the Saturday, not even today in Aldai. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. I now put the question, which is that this committee do report to the House its consideration of the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker,
we may take our seats. Chairperson to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports, and I also request the Honorable Raphael Wanjala, the member for Budalangi, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I second and support.
Thank you, Honorable Wanjala.
Yes.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I proceed to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move third reading.
Mike. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, be now read a third time, and also request the Honorable Njoroge Kororia, Member for Parliament for Gatundu North, to second.
Give him the mic. Sorry for the inconvenience, Honorable. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm the Njoroge Kororia. I second. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Njoroge Kororia. Honorable members, I proceed to propose the question, which is that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, now be read a third time. Can I put the question? Yes. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024, be now read a third time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend various laws and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 15, motion that report of the implementation status of reports on petitions and House resolutions, resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? Oh, there being no much interest in this one, Honorable Wanjala, you are the chair. Please proceed and reply.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Honorable Speaker, we raised very fundamental and serious issues that are supposed to help the government officers to implement the resolutions of this House, especially when it touches on finances, Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance must take charge and always avail funds for this implementation of resolutions of this House to be undertaken. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well, honorable members. I now proceed to put the question that this House adopts the third report of the Select Committee on implementation on status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th December 2024. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 16, motion. Fifth report on the implementation status of reports on petitions and House resolutions.
Chair, I think this one is a new one.
Yes,
so
Honorable
you need to
Speaker.
move it. Proceed.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the fifth omnibus report of the Committee on the implementation status of House reports, petitions, and resolutions, which was laid on the table of the House between October 2023 and August 2025. The Select Committee on Implementation is established under Standing Order 209 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. The committee is mandated to scrutinize resolutions of the House, including adopted committee reports, petitions, and undertakings by the National Executive. The committee further examines whether such decisions and undertakings have been implemented within the minimum time necessary, and whether satisfactory explanation are provided in cases of delay or non-implementation. Further to this mandate, Standing Order 2011 requires that within 60 days of a House resolution or adoption of a committee report, the relevant Cabinet Secretary shall submit a report to the appropriate committee detailing the status of implementation. In line with Article 153(4)(h) of the Constitution, Cabinet Secretaries are required to provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control. The committee plays a pivotal role in ensuring that House resolutions are implemented, thereby holding the executive accountable and ensuring that parliamentary decisions result in tangible outcome for the citizenry. Honorable Speaker, in executing its mandate, the committee engaged ministries, state corporations, and agencies, requesting implementation status reports for 22 individual House reports, petitions, and resolutions. The committee received both written and oral reports and oral submissions from Cabinet Secretaries and accounting officers during sittings conducted, inspection visits to counties such as Mombasa, Kilifi, and Uasin Gishu to verify responses. Honorable Speaker, among the reports considered were those on employment diversity, audits in public institutions, 2, public health risks at Langata Cemetery, 3, enhancement of house allowances for teachers in Kilifi, 4, prohibition of information promoting same-sex relationships, 5, older persons cash transfer program, 6, comprehensive health, wellness, and sex education in schools, 7, withdrawal of harmful pesticides, 8, standard gauge railway management, 9, state corporations financial statements, and 10, public petitions on land resettlement and compensation issues. Honorable Speaker, the committee also undertook inspection visits to verify progress in implementing selected House resolutions. General observation, Honorable Speaker, in the course of its work, the committee made the following general observations. 1, some House resolutions have been implemented while others have not. 2, implementation of some resolutions has been hampered by ongoing litigations and lack of budgetary allocation. 3, land-related issues remain recurrent and feature prominently in state corporations, assets flagged by Auditor General reports. 4, many state corporations operate with staff in acting capacity, limiting enforcement and oversight functions. 5, multi-agency resolutions suffer from poor interagency collaboration, blame shifting, and failure to take responsibility, impeding timely implementation. 6, resolution on payment of terminal dues to former public officers have remained pending for over 20 years due to complexity of the issues. 7, majority of House resolutions require financial obligations, yet inadequate budgets impede implementation. 8, recommendations directed to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission have largely not been implemented, with some investigations dating back over a decade And 9, Honorable Speaker, committee recommendations must be SMART. That is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound to enable effective follow-up, accountability, and timely implementation. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that 1, respective House committees and the House should consider the financial implications of resolutions before commitment and facilitate allocation of adequate funds. 2, government agencies tasked with implementing House resolutions should incorporate them into work plans and deliver within stipulated timelines, failing which sanctions should be imposed. 3, the National Treasury should ensure appropriation of funds within 1 financial year following adoption of a resolution. The National Assembly should also allocate sufficient oversight and implementation resources to agencies. 4, state corporations should prioritize acquiring title deeds for all parcels of land to prevent loss of assets to grabbers. And 5, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission should provide a status report within 60 days of adoption of this report on all recommendations directed to it. On conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the committee is convinced that adoption and implementation of these recommendations will enhance accountability, transparency, efficiency, and value for money in the execution of House resolutions. Honorable Speaker, having carefully considered the proceedings and findings of the Committee on Implementation, I beg to move and urge this House, this Honorable House, to adopt the 5th Omnibus report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I now request Honorable Mulanya to second the motion.
Honorable Mulanya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this particular motion on the adoption of the 5th Omnibus report of the Select Committee on implementation on its consideration of the implementation status of House reports, petitions, and resolutions. Honorable Speaker, having listened to the mover, the House will note that there are key issues that the committee picked out in the report that are very vital, especially the observation part. And the most important thing, one of key observations that I picked out, the Honorable Speaker, is especially on the issue of compensation for former public staffs. And Honorable Speaker, we have had cases where many Kenyans who have been civil servants after retirement, they lack funds even to access medical treatment or even cater for themselves. So when we have state employees chasing a compensation for their terminal dues for 20 years, this is extremely inhuman and unacceptable. And also, I've also checked on the issue of the observation on ethics and corruption, where the report indicates that the Commission have largely not been that in some investigations dating back to 10 years have not been executed. And Honorable Speaker, we have had cries by Kenyans complaining about inefficient by the EACC. This is the agency that is supposed to help us fight this the war on graft. But if they can sit on investigation for 10 years, then as a nation we will not be fighting corruption as we anticipate. There is also the issue related to the land issues that the committee said that remain recurrent and feature prominently in state corporations, and have been flagged in the Auditor General's report. Basically, Honorable Speaker, I note that the report actually mirrors the state of our state corporations, because when you interact with them, even those that we oversight, you find that there are so many issues that many Kenyans are complaining, that are hampering service delivery to the Kenyan. So this particular report will help us so that moving forward, the House resolution must be followed and the state agents must be called to order so that they offer Kenyan services. I therefore beg to second this report.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the 5th report of the Select Committee on implementation, on the implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December. I'm checking for any interest in this particular one, and in the absence of any interests, honorable members, allow me to proceed. Let me ask the mover to reply. Honorable Anjala.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply that, Mr. Honorable Speaker, we have raised issues that has hampered the committee of that has hampered the government officers, possibly sometimes to implement the resolutions of the House. And we have asked the relevant committees to ensure that money is factored in the budgets. We have also asked those departments or the ministries that are related to these issues that they ensure that they budget money for the implementation. I therefore beg to reply, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Anjala. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that this House adopts the 5th report of the Select Committee on Implementation, on the implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December. Will as many of our opinions say aye? Will as many of contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 17, motion. Consideration of sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy.
Chair Energy is not in the House. Omulanya, you are representing the Chair Energy. Proceed.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion on the consideration of sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on its consideration of sessional paper number 4 of 2026 and the National Petroleum Policy laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd July 2026, and approve sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy. Honorable Speaker, the National Petroleum Policy is the first standalone policy on petroleum this country has ever had. Since 2024, our oil and gas sector has been guided by a general energy policy drafted 8 years before we discovered oil. Section 5, subsection 1 of the Petroleum Act, Cap 308, requires the Cabinet Secretary to develop a national petroleum policy. The sessional paper fulfills that requirement. It was approved by the Cabinet on 15th December 2025, tabled in this House on 7th April 2026, and referred to the Department Committee on Energy for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the committee facilitated public participation as required under Article 118, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution. The Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media on 17th April 2026. The committee held 4 sittings. It received submissions from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Petroleum, and from stakeholders including the Kenya Oil and Gas Working Group Transparency International Kenya, Community Action for Nature Conservation, the Kenya National Association of Water Resources Users Association, the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya, Oxfam, Nature Kenya, the National Environmental Management Authority, the Engineers Board of Kenya, the Competition Authority of Kenya, the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, among other stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, allow me to place before the House where the sector stands today. Kenya has 4 sedimentary basins, Lamu, Anza, Mandera, and the Tertiary Rift, covering about 497,000 square kilometers and divided into 50 petroleum blocks. 95 exploration wells have been drilled and 42 have found hydrocarbons. There have been 10 oil discoveries in the Tertiary Rift and gas discoveries in the Lamu and Anza basins. The South Lukicha Basin is estimated to hold about 2.85 billion barrels of oil in place, although commercial production has not yet begun. The midstream subsector has been largely dominant since 2013, when the Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited stopped refining crude oil. The country imports about 5.9 million metric tons of petroleum products every year, which leaves us exposed to every swing in the global price. Mr. Speaker, the House has just considered the field development plan and the production sharing contracts for blocks T6 and T7. The governance framework we are debating today is the one under which that oil will be produced, sold, accounted for. That is why the committee's observation deserves the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, the committee supports the policy, but it raised the following serious concerns. Number 1, costs without a financing plan. Mr. Speaker, the policy will cost an estimated Kenya shilling 68.2 billion to implement. However, it carries no financing strategy.
Honorable Wanjala, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the House, Honorable Speaker, and when you look at the session of the papers, the policy paper, the Honorable Member is presenting to this House now, it requires serious discussion by the House. But literally, Honorable Speaker, the quorum is not there. Therefore, I ask that we should have quorum to discuss that session of the paper.
Very well. Honorable Wanjala has risen on point of order regarding quorum, and therefore I'd want to ask the sergeants to ring the quorum bell for a period of 10 minutes. honorable members who may be upstanding. Member did rise from his usual place on standing order number 35 on the issue of quorum. I've since done the necessary of ringing the bell for 10 minutes, and still I can confirm we don't have quorum. And therefore, honorable members, and the time being 8:14 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 20th August 2026 at 2:30 p.m.